Just finished my plus 10 Brave Robin already? Bruh, I gotta max that out.
The mission begins.
Whale!
Understood.
Yeah. Yeah, that is whale-like behavior.
It's like a dream.
I found my Xbox controller, but only one of them.
We'll get it done.
I don't know where the other one went. Hiya, papaya. Hiya. Oh shoot! Please show up on stream. Why does it not work? I'm genuinely peeved how I still can't get YouTube chat to work. Let me... This is so dumb.
Did you get rid of stop saying smosh? Nimsad smosh.
I have touched nothing yet, but I hope to do so soon. Dear users, if you have problems connecting YouTube, update to the latest version of Stream Chat, currently 1.9.116. What? What? Am I not running the latest version? That doesn't even make sense. It's been like this since July. How did I check the version? I want to fix this before the trailer arrives, because I've been hoping. I know it's not on my end, but it's saying they're saying the latest version fixes this. But I have the latest version, so why is this not fixed? 1.9116. 1.9116. Check what is specified in the channel field in the connection settings. Check what is specified in the channel field in the connection settings. Okay. Um. Did you try turning it on and off? I've tried it a lot of times. I just don't understand why it doesn't work. I feel like I spend so much time on this every single week. Trying to figure out why it doesn't work. Maybe I should try my custom URL.
He's just standing there.
Oh, come on. I'm trying to get this to work. Oh, is that Celestis? The heck? Haven't seen you in forever. Okay, I'm gonna restart the chat. Let's see if that fixed it. Chat, any guesstimations on which hero will be tonight? I've been dead doing life things. Dude, you're not allowed to have a life. We were trying to get information on the broadcast. How does that even make any sense? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. I've tried so many times. I'm gonna try logging in one last time. Oh, it doesn't even let me. Oh, I think it's a Google API thing. It just straight doesn't work. All right, chat. I tried this last week. I tried it this week. It just does not work. Okay, yeah. Tried it enough times. It doesn't even let me log in.
Everyone's counting on me.
Hey, Diddy.
I'm up.
You forgot the song. You need it? Okay.
Which way?
Sounds good.
Your orders?
You know what? Real quick, I'm gonna try downloading their non-Steam version, see what happens. How's everyone tonight? I'm trying to fix the chat issues, but outside of that, I'm all right. I'm just tired. I've been I got some sleep before the stream, so that helps a lot. Sorry for not doing much chat. I'm just trying to fix the chat. I don't think we're gonna get to fix it, unfortunately. Am I? What? Why is this battle still going on? Okay, I download another version of it. If this doesn't work, it just doesn't work. It's the last thing I'm trying. So yeah, sorry. If the chat doesn't show up after this, there's nothing I can do about it. It doesn't work. Oh, it doesn't remotely work. Yeah, it doesn't work. I give up. I give up. I give up. I give up. I've tried this so many times at this point. Sorry, YouTube. Yeah, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. I've tried it. I've tried it so many times now.
Like a dream.
I swear you guys matter. It's just this chat doesn't accept it. Okay, well. You have 2 goated days? What do you mean goated days? How was it goated? What were you up to?
The mission begins. All right. We'll get it done. Hi there.
Okay.
Which way?
I'm up.
Understood. Your orders?
I've got it.
The mission begins.
Calf is so bad for me, this Hall forms. Well, it's not very good. Waiting for like rearm dagger for her. Alright chat, my attention's fully back on the stream. Sorry, I've been trying to fix fix the issue to try and get everything to work for the stream. It just doesn't work, so it's not gonna happen.
We'll get it done.
How was you? How was everyone today, Tuesday? You see, yesterday I managed to find a PS Vita. Fine? Used, of course, but good price. What's a good price? And got a free burrito against my will, but free. Okay, and today I got the stuff I ordered, meaning I can finally play my Switch. No offense, it does not sound like a particularly good day, but I think it's excellent that you are taking it as a very good day. So I'm happy for you. Again, not really sure what's so special, but if you find that as a good day, I am happy for you. I had to work hard. Yeah, at work, I was barely awake. It was kind of rough. I'm doing fine. Sounds good. I am very well today. LOL. Good. Being well is better than not being well. I lost? Frig off. Frig off. I want a $200 Amazon gift card. Dude, are you being serious right now? How'd you win that? That's a big W. How'd you win it? Skill issue? Your face is skill issue. Tier 30? Yeah. I'm gonna get myself out of it. I hate when you win the next battle. To be honest, I good every day, even if it's considered bad. Okay, I'm glad your life is stable enough where you can view it that way. It's better to have that mentality than not. There's a raffle with my family? Oh, okay. That's cool. The song... How long have you been gone for, dude? The song doesn't work. I don't use the plugin anymore. Here. But I don't use the song. I don't use the plugin anymore, man. The bonus hero this week is... Yuri? Oh! It's Yuri for me, because I don't have Asker. Okay, I'll use Yuri. Yeah, how... It must have been years, dude. It's literally been years since I used the plugin. The reason I don't use the plugin anymore is because the plugin is kind of useless. It is out of date. The entire thing is out of date, so there's no point of it. Wait, have I seriously... Oh my god! Huh? What the F? Yuri, what? I've been deploying you, my guy. Why are you... What? Why are you still lacking SP? He has no special. This is Sag. Okay, It's Marf season. No, it doesn't work because I don't use the... I don't capture music the same way anymore. Alright, chat, let me do these battles first. Bless everybody into light, which has already happened. I really need to do, yeah, bless my main heroes. Bless my main heroes into, light. Did we get any leaks this month? No. Oop, this is wrong. They're all wind blessed.
Where's the leak, ma'am?
Ferdinand? What? That's a shot in the dark if I've ever seen one. Okay, well, if you want to bet, guess Legendary Ferdinand, by all means, but I would absolutely have zero faith in that. I think if we're taking shots in the dark, I'm gonna bet on legendary Link from Legend of Zelda. I'm gonna want the Twilight Princess Link. Yeah, that's what I think will be our legendary hero, because I think that has as much chance as Legendary Ferdinand. Okay, now I'm just being a dick. I'm sorry, but yeah, that's how little I believe in Legendary Ferdinand. Nice collab, yeah. You know, chat, don't you guys always find it funny when people are like, "That's Link from Legend of Zelda," and then you look, it's just like, that's Zelda. That's not Link. I always crack up when like old people are like, "That's Zelda." No, that's Link. It's because it's so goofy that they do it this way, but like, it's because it's called Legend of Zelda, even though all you do is save Zelda. So like, why is it called Legend of Zelda? The Legend of Zelda is that you have to save her ass every single time. That's a terrible legend.
If nothing else.
All right, let me set these themes up, and then we'll go. Mario series to save Princess Peach at Mushroom Kingdom most of the time. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's called Super Mario or anything iteration of Mario. It's not called Peach.
That girl is Zelda, you donkey.
Yes, the girl Zelda. I think you missed the point if you think that's what I'm talking about. God, I'm so sick of talking to crazy people, man. Have you guys heard of the American track runner, Lyles? He had to talk about like how it doesn't make sense for NBA players, or was he talking about NBA players specifically? I don't remember. But he was saying it was really, why are they calling themselves world champions when all they did was beat everybody in the league? Like if you win the NBA championships, you know, you are NBA champions. You're not world champions because you didn't fight the world, right? You just played in the league. People have been losing their mind over that. It's been so funny. Yeah, it's yeah. According to Andre, it's Super Peach Brothers. No, you're missing the point if you think that's what I'm referring to. The point is, it's called Legend of Zelda, but you're rescuing Zelda. So you can't just say Super Mario is the same thing, even though you're saving Peach, because it's not called Super Peach. Right? Like, why would you make it the Legend of Zelda and all you do is rescue her? Though that kind of role has been changing, but yeah, it's still very strange. Hey, Goa. Chat, while I have your attention, what kind of content do you want to see me make?
Sorry, I don't understand.
I'm trying to follow the new schedule where I stream 4 hours a day, then take an hour to make content. So I spend 5 hours on content creation a day, is what I'm gonna try. Yuzo, thank you so much for follow, welcome. Genshit com. Okay, you have to be more specific than that, because I don't know what that entails. Lewd content with Goa. Okay. I was asking for serious suggestions, thanks. Bay Reddit content, okay. You should make content similar to Sage Master 15. Now you're really trolling. Sage is dead for a reason, man. I think if you're a really big fan of Sage's, you think the content he made like 5 years ago would still work today. It would not work still. It would not work today because he was a very casual fan of. Now it's gonna sound like I'm shit talking him. I'm just being realistic. He was a very casual fan of Fire Emblem Heroes. One way you can tell was whenever you checked him out, he was at 99 out of 99 stamina, so he wasn't even playing the game. His arena ranking was also incredibly low because he doesn't play arena. He just got on, check out the news, made a video, that was it. I don't blame him. If it works for you, it works for you. But that wouldn't work nowadays because you would at least have to be a bit nuanced about the game. You can't just like show a graphic and say like, hey, check this out. Now give me the views, right? Like that doesn't quite work. And I don't know, I always got the impression he didn't really enjoy what he was doing, but what do I know? This seems pretty easy. It seems like I just tank. Genshin account reviews and mass artifact rerolling is probably the easiest content to make that people enjoy watching besides summoning. Can you send me some examples of that? If people in fact do enjoy that, I totally would make that. That's pretty easy. Do you believe in fortune cookie messages? Oh, why do you always ask the best questions? Yeah, I do. I believe in fortune cookie. Okay, so here's the thing. Fortune cookies are written to be as generic as possible to make you think it pertains to you, right? They always talk about nothing
Heyo,
specifically.
What's up, Sanks? Glad I
Gmo.
could make it tonight. I had
Thank
a
you so
rough
much.
night last night.
But I still think if you do draw it, it means something, it says something, right? Like, I'm somebody who believes in destiny. I believe things happen for a reason. I don't believe in karma though, so there's that. But I do believe if you pull something and it says a certain thing, and you keep that in mind, it will shift your future. So I do believe in fortune cookies to a degree. I don't know if that explains everything.
I can help.
You believe in fate. Yeah, because a lot of things in life, if you take one step forward, it happens. If you do not do anything, it doesn't happen. And your entire life drastically changes. You guys know that, right? There are so many moments in your life where one small decision could have changed it forever.
Yes?
You could be dead. For example, you could be dead.
I bestow my blessing.
So yeah, like, I believe in that, so.
Maybe this way.
You know what? I'm screwing this up.
Lord Asker, guide us.
Lovely.
Like this.
I can help.
Give me an order.
Have you talked about how current con creator reacting to the latest existing tier list of Fae Game 8? No. You want me to talk about it? Like, the last time I talked about that individual, they were clickbaiting by pretending they were gonna get canceled.
So
it was
basically, if your fortune
legitimate to a certain
cookie
point.
tells you that you are doomed, you'll accept fate, Kappa.
Okay, it's not that bad. It's not that bad.
Lovely.
It will be done.
If the fortune cookie was like, man, you're gonna die, I'd be like, shit. But then a fortune cookie's not designed to say that. I'm just saying there's a lot of things that I believe he would say just because it would cause drama and whatnot. But to be honest, I don't think tier lists matter very much in this game. To a certain degree. To a certain degree. Don't completely misunderstand me. There's a lot of instances in this game where a tier list just... Oh shoot, I should be using Elliewood. What am I doing? There's a lot of instances in this game where tier lists don't matter.
Good morning.
Sure.
Right? Like, for example, chat, if you were to rank the new Brave heroes, where would you put them? Because there are so many heroes in S at this point, it just doesn't even make sense.
I can help.
Yes?
Lovely. I can help.
I'll handle this.
Because I think like all the new Brave heroes, I'm serious about this. I think they're all S. They're all S ranks. And you might be like, okay, that's fair. All right. Do you realize how many heroes we have that are S ranks?
Maybe this way.
That's why I don't like talking about the tier list, because it's so hard. Because people, if you look at it that way, okay. Also, people don't even know how to rank a tier list, to be frank. For example, if I have a hero that is S tier in Blue Tome, like back in the day, for example, people would put Reinhardt in S tier in Blue Mage Tomes, and then they would put somebody else in S tier in Swords, and they'd be like, okay, Reinhardt is definitely better than this hero. This hero does not belong here. But that doesn't make any sense, right? People don't even know how to look at a tier list anyways. You're supposed to look at a tier list vertically, not horizontally. So I don't even know if they're looking at the tier list correctly. A lot of times people just look at it incorrectly, so.
Truly?
Sure. I believe in
Man, this is so annoying.
I can help.
Maybe this way.
I'll handle this.
Good morning.
Give me an order.
Oh, he said the same thing? Okay. Well, I wouldn't criticize the tier list, because everyone's criteria now at this point are so different.
Sure.
For example, I value competitive modes. If you're a new player, you might not value competitive modes. So then you will never understand why certain heroes are S tier and why certain heroes are not S tier, for example. Right, so. You might skew towards certain heroes because they score better. But if you don't care about scoring, it doesn't matter. It really depends. Like, if it's a general list, if it's a competitive list, if it's an Ether Raids focus list. Anyways, there's so many criteria, it's difficult to talk about. How about you make a tier list? Dude, how many heroes are in the game right now? Way too many. That's the answer. This game is terribly balanced too, so yeah. If I made a tier list, there'd be so many heroes in S tier, you guys would be like, what the hell is this? There'd be a giant chasm where I have a lot of F tiers, and then you guys would argue with me like, well, if you put an arcane weapon on this hero, they'd be so good. And I retort and say, I'm not gonna go value it like that. Anyways, it's a complete mess in this game. It's really hard to come to a standard, so I would not do it. It's gonna be good for YouTube. Dude, there's like 1,000 here. 1,000? How many heroes at this point? Not 990 heroes. My bad. It's not 1,000 yet. Yeah, I'm not making a tier list. That would take way too long. I don't have all day for that. Not just power creep meta, also weapon refinement. Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. If you put in rearm weapons, technically speaking, there are no bad heroes in the game anymore. But should you rearm weapon? Should you rearm weapon like a really terrible hero? You should not. But people would, right? So like, how do you value that? Art tier list? Right. I'm more interested in doing top 10s. Top 10 sword heroes. Or top 5 sword heroes. I'm much more interested in doing that. I'm more interested in doing top 5 and worst 5. Things like that. It takes less effort, it's more fun, and it's harder to disagree with. You make a tier list, everyone's just gonna shit on you. they're gonna be like, "Well, this hero is way better than this hero," and they're gonna read things incorrectly, or they're gonna disregard you. What you have to do is base this tier list off solely based on the original skills and refinements of skill inheritance, and also have a hero mark every single checkbox of rubric. If they're good enough, then you put in them in S tier, tier 10. You can't do that either. That sounds like it makes sense, but then there are always people who will do crazy builds, and therefore it would not make sense to count that way, because then that hero can break the boundaries that you have stated, so it would not fairly capture it. And some heroes hit immense potential. For example, Shez. Chat, if you rank Shez right now, rank Shez in terms of tiers, S being highest, F being lowest, where would you rank him? Because I'm going to tell you the answer to this. This is so easy for me. And a lot of you guys will be like, why would you give him this rank? Okay. I give him B, A, D, A, B. A tier, A tier, A tier. Okay. And this is why I'm not making a tier list. Only one person put what I would give him. He's a S tier. Now you might be like, what the heck? What? Huh? Why is he an S tier? He's an S tier, straight up. He's one of the few options we have that everyone has that can actually take on a God Sword. He's ridiculously fast. He has great synergy. Cancer Remainder +1 with Dive Bomb is one of the best synergetic and cheap builds ever. He takes one hero to build. Just Fallen Female Morgan. He comes with really good fodder already as A slot, and in his A slot, so he's good fodder. Attack speed solo 3 is good fodder, and he can use it really well. And immediately everyone's like, well, okay, that's good and all, but why S? Everyone has access to him. You can plus him easily. He gives you a solution to a problem that everyone's gonna have to deal with, and building him is cheap. So my criteria was already immediately different from everyone else's here. For me, if it's a free-to-play player and free-to-play hero, and everyone gets access to them, and they fit really well in the meta, and they have some crazy potential, that's S tier, dude. So Soren, for example, that's S tier easily, because he has a crazy ability that no one can duplicate, and he's a fantastic mage. So by my criteria, can they do something exceptional? Can they do something... Is it easy to build them? Like, my criteria are not the same as everyone else's, so if I make a tier list, you'll have heroes in S, and people are like, would never agree with it. Even though, realistically, like, this is a character that I would absolutely consider S tier. Right? Like, what other hero do we have that takes on God Swords? We don't have a hero. Right? Like, the closest is like, hey, we go Vigard, for example, and we go...
Not to mention
with Arcane Chain against God Swords.
Dude literally just got stronger in a matter of months with the new skills he can get.
Right. That's also true. The new skills also make him incredibly strong as well. Also, he quads. That's such a valuable thing, chat. But again, see what I mean? Like, that's why a tier list is impossible. Nobody would listen to my explanation. They'll just see where I put Shez on the list, and they'll just judge me for it, you know? God Swords take on God Swords? Sure, absolutely. But in terms of accessible options, who do you have? I do consider availability. For me, plus 10ing a hero does matter a lot. And then you can throw in bonus marks for, hey, he scores pretty well, so you can run him in arena. But again, see, that's what I mean. My criteria wouldn't fit everyone else's criteria. If I explain myself, I think people would understand. But nobody listens to explanations. When you see a tier list, you never go read their explanation. You just judge them immediately. And I can't blame anyone because I do the same thing. Even though I'm very well cognizant that you should read the explanation. Alright. Anyways, we're starting the trailer soon. Any final predictions? Let me know. In a tier list, there wouldn't be enough time to explain everything either way. You should you should argue about 1,000. Yeah, you would argue about 1,000 units. That's why I don't want to do it.
I shall go.
Because without explanation, people will judge you, and even if you try to explain it,
What can I do?
there's not enough time. So it's a impossible conundrum, and therefore you just shouldn't do it.
Have you made ready? Show me what to do. I'm with you. I have no doubt. Well. Show me what to do.
Dragonflyers should work on arena scoring, honestly. Arena scoring shouldn't be such a difficult thing, but they do that on purpose. Sorry, chat. Let me test out if everything works right now. Yeah, it works.
雲の巣はモリック触れればや
I don't know who that is. I've never seen her in my life. I also did not pull for her yesterday. Okay, it works. Why didn't you pull for a light cone? I can't afford it. Dude, I'd rather get more characters than light cones. I'm the same way in Genshin. In Genshin, I've only ever pulled for weapons twice.
I shall go. What's your plan?
Yes.
A goddess above.
Though I really, if I make Honkai Star Rail content, I'm sure I can get in Honkai Star Rail program.
Have you made ready?
And now?
Okay, perfect. The ad's running right now, so I'm gonna take a quick washroom break. They should be able to auto this. Open your wallet. Chat going so fast, no one know I'm gay. What? You. Dude, you have used Astolfo being so many times that I would never question that you are in fact extremely gay. Alright, chat, it's the moment of truth. Just so you guys know, on YouTube, my name will be changing quite soon. So here's the thing. On Twitch right now, I'm known as the Sanguine Knight. That name is way too long. I will be shortening it. But yeah, the name change that I promised would happen forever ago has already happened. Just so you know. So don't be surprised if one day the channel name changes.
I'll handle this.
But I'll be franked, most people won't hear this message and they'll just unsubscribe anyways. And to those people, oh well. I don't think you should talk. You shut your mouth. Okay, it's time. Let's do this. Oh my god. It's Legendary Fox. What? From Star Fox. Holy crap, we got our first collab. Oh my god. The furries will be so happy in this game. Oh, shoot. Wow. Legendary Fox, why does he get a laser? And he gets 2. He gets permanent transformation. Wow. Dude, I was trolling. Why would you actually spoil it? This is why we mute the chat, so people can't spoil it. Dude. I that's kind of unbelievable. Is this the second time you spoiled me? What is this? Hey, it's been a nice streak of a couple of months where nobody spoiled anything. But it had to come to an end eventually, right? This is, you know, I know you haven't been here that long, but back in the day, we would mute the chat prior to start of every trailer. The reason we stopped doing that is because I didn't want to mute the reaction everybody had during the trailer. So, I stopped doing that. I'm like, okay, I can trust these guys, but, yeah. It's hard to trust, huh? Alright, let's start. Didn't someone say don't spoil chat? Yeah, I know. I know. Wow, not Twitch making YouTube look good by spoiling. Yep.
Death is not a hunter unbeknownst to its prey. One is always aware that it
I am
lies
trying to
in
start the
wait.
trailer. Why would you
Though
write that
life
paragraph?
is merely a journey to the grave, it must not be undertaken without hope. Only then will a traveller's story live on, treasured by those who bid him farewell. But
Chat,
alas, now the surprise is life has
dude,
ended, its tale left unwritten.
Shut the heck up. Okay. Okay, we're gonna start in a moment. I just want to say, I'll never understand why people want to, like, spoil something. If I'm gonna find out, I'm not just talking about myself, but if someone's gonna find out in, like, 10 seconds, why don't you just let them find out themselves rather than you tell them? I will never understand that. Right? It's like, hey, I'm holding this ticket right now, and it says you won the lottery, and I'm gonna tell you you won the lottery instead of turning around and you seeing for yourself that you won the lottery. You know, like, why? just let them find out themselves. It's much more special, right? Like, whatever. This always happens. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird why people want to be first to spoil something. I'll never understand it. Anyways, that said, let's begin. Yeah. YouTube innocent. Yeah, YouTube innocent. All right, let's go. Oh, shoot. I just realized the audio's too high. Let me modify that. Here we go. Do you guys wish they changed the opening? For a moment? Oh my god, those are some fat thighs save lives!
My mother, I would protect everything under the sky. I intend to do just that.
Chat? We've been getting some very, very thick thighs lately. I thought Brave Corrin had the thickest thighs and the widest hips. But here comes Alir. Why are all the dragon girls all about those thick thigh lives? It's freaking ridiculous. Alright, anyways, Alir, Green Dragon Infantry. Laura Stahl, VA. Kosei Horiguchi is the artist. Yeah, I'll talk about the rest of the design after I get over the thick thighs.
Yes, indeed.
Dragon Blast! That sounds like something from Dragon Ball Z. Attack speed finish 4. Null see disrupt 4. Attack speed pledge. Oh god, I just briefly read that. We're gonna go over that. That's ridiculous. What did I just read?
Our bonds connect us.
What? Did you guys see that attack? What was that? She's a green dragon, may I remind you. She just like Shaolin monked this guy, shot some chi energy out of her hands, completely invisible, and got a fatality.
Our bonds can.
You know, this would have been perfect time to do like a Gauntlet hero or something. I know what it makes sense, but like this is what I imagine Gauntlet hero would look like in the game. But instead, she's a dragon hero. This is so goofy. It's Kung Fu Alir.
They literally just confirmed that gauntlets are not gonna be a thing. This
Leave
is most
here at
fraudulent weapon type after violets.
Yeah, gauntlets are not going to be a thing, because that would have been perfect. That's the animation you would look for from gauntlets. Girl trying to be Goku. I mean, her special is Dragon Blast, right? So. Oh my god. Chat? This banner has no chill. What am I looking at? Holy. This is a really strong banner. I don't care about how you feel about Brave Robin. I'm sorry, Brave Robin. Damn it, I meant Legendary Robin. Brave Robin's been taking over my mind. I don't care what you think about Legendary Robin, but if Legendary Robin is on a color, if Legendary Robin is on the banner, automatically his color is worth pulling on. Easy. Alir is already very fascinating. We'll get into the rest of it, but yeah, easy. Red is godlike with Emblem and Lucia, and Cyrene is actually quite good. And yeah, This is just a really strong banner. Anakos is not bad, and Cullis is strong as well. This is just a really strong banner. Wow. Chat, what's the weakest color if you can identify one? Anyways, begins August 31st, goes until September 5th, 14th. Wowzers. No, but seriously, look at that. What the heck am I looking at? I think the weakest color is blue. Anakos is good, but yeah, the weakest color is blue. And then Carlos is really strong, red is really strong. I think it goes green, red, Carlos, blue. All right. Let's go over the specifics. Normally, this is where I would say free the people, but we were already spoiled, so don't worry about it. You know, at the start of the trailer, I couldn't identify with the music, and then I slowly realized, wait a second, why am I trying to identify the music? We know it's Alir. So, yeah. But outside of that, hey, congratulations to female Alir joining female Grima. This is in the long line of cucking the male protag character or the male avatar character. This always happens. We're back at it, guys. Some things never change. But it is very, very different to get this. Now, chat. I did not beat Engage, okay? So I don't know for sure. But I've never heard of anybody telling me Alir literally punching the crap out of things. I've never heard a single person say that. So could anyone explain to me? Now I know in Fire Emblem games, modern Fire Emblem games, you can class for whatever the heck you want. But is this seriously a proper representation of Alir? I really feel like they made this animation and they were saving it for Gauntlets to be released, but they chose not to for some reason. Alir's main class does let her use melee. But, you know, melee is anything up close. It doesn't mean you're punching things. Her promoted class can use fist weapons. Okay, a lot of classes can use fist weapons. I mean, you can class to use gauntlets or fists or whatever.
Alir's weapon is a gauntlet skill she has, which basically means gauntlets are likely never happening.
Okay, so that's the part that really weirds me out. Is there a reason why we're keeping gauntlets out of this game? Even if it happens to be a class that almost nobody ever uses, why didn't we just get a gauntlet hero here? I don't quite understand that. There are very few fist classes engaged. Yeah, no, I get that. But I'm saying this is the animation of it. In no way does this feel like a dragon. You guys do realize what this means, right? In Fire Emblem Heroes, we have Kung Fu dragons. And she doesn't even transform into a dragon. You guys realize how weird this is, right? Yeah, so I now feel especially bad for Balthus, because he could have been the one introducing gauntlets.
Dude. Her promoted personal class in Engage lets her use swords and fists. She also gets a personal fists weapon that has this kind of badass animations when you use it.
Okay. But again, the weirdness is like, why keep her as a dragon then? All right, one sec, chat. All right, I'm gonna put it for 3 minutes. How good is Alir's art? Vote out of 5. Because I really think this is really interesting, right? Like, if you look at her, her hands are glowing because she's a kung fu master. Her hands are not glowing because she's about to transform into a green dragon. She has a scroll on her hip. Her thighs are immensely thick. And she has a very cutesy smile. She looks so anime in this. Then again, most of Engage looks incredibly anime, so... I will never get over how long her hair is, and the red and blue is always going to be weird to me. So, I think they got her down right. It's just, man, the need to, like, emphasize certain body parts, even though she was already a pretty, what's the better terminology than bodacious girl already in Engage. Yeah, kind of goofy for me. I think it's really good art, but I think they took such way too big liberties. It's not Kaboon drawing this either, so she's well endowed. Yes, there you go. All right, but let's go over the let's go over the weapon. Well, it's officially called Dragon Fist. Dragon's Fist. Dragon's Fist. Okay. You could just made gauntlets. Sling ability, unit attacks twice, even if it finishes combat, unit attacks twice. That's just a gauntlet! It's just describing gauntlets! Okay, it's a true brave weapon. At start combat, if unit's HP is 25% or above, grants all stats plus 5 unit during combat, inflicts attack speed, defense, res minus X on foe during combat, executes number of allies from distinct titles within 3 spaces of unit times 3 plus 4, maximum 10. We've seen this before. It's just a lot of extra stats. That's just how Lear wants to play. It's that entire emblem ring thing. And then reduces damage from AoE specials by 40%. And and if foe's range equals 2, calculate damage using lower a foe's defense or res. That's so goofy. Even though it's a gauntlet, they've essentially mixed together the idealism of gauntlets and dragon weapons together, as well as mixing in what base female Lear and male Lear have with the distinct title bonuses with slaying. You know what? We're never gonna run out of ridiculous weapons in the game. They can just combine different concepts. I'm looking forward to seeing the sword lance, where they combine the sword lance abilities. Oh no! Wait! I'm looking forward to seeing the bow tome, right? The bow tome, where we have the abilities of a bow and a tome together, or the gunblade. Because we'll just go straight to Final Fantasy and pirate it.
Bodied by Marth.
Yeah, she doesn't... Well, I didn't read everything yet, but I'm gonna presume she still counts as a dragon, so Marth will body her because she's green. But yeah, that just looks like they combine a bunch of things together. Okay, sure. Dragon Blast. Boosts special damage by 50% of unit speed. If unit is on a team with their support partner, when unit or unit support partner special triggers, neutralizes reduces damage by X% effects from foes' non-special skills. If unit is within 3 spaces of their support partner and unit or foe's special is ready or triggered before or during combat, reduces damage from foe's next attack by 40%. Wow, that's really good. It's 3 cooldown, but you gotta remember she has slaying and she has a true brave weapon. So that's already a really good combo. So if your opponent hits you one time, you attack, and then you attack with Dragon Blast, right? So that's really good. And yeah, the within 3 spaces of support partner and unit or foe special is ready or triggered before or during combat, the reducing damage by 40%, which is guaranteed, is kind of insane. And of course, yeah, your opponent can't just damage reduce through it as well. That's like one of the best specials I've seen. That's not gonna be inheritable, but it's one of the best specials I've seen. All right, she has attack speed finish 4. You guys know what it does. Special triggers for extra damage. Attack speed plus 7 inherently. Be within 3 spaces of an ally, which she wants to do anyways. And then 7 HP healing. Now I'll see the Disrupt 4 is in here as well. Attack speed minus 4 on foe. Neutrals effects that prevent units counterattack, which is really important nowadays. A lot of heroes can force non-counterattack statuses. And reduces damage from foes' first attack by 30% during combat. So damage reduction in weapon, in B, in special. That's a really good combo. And attack speed pledge. At start turn, units within 2 spaces of an ally grants attack speed plus 6 and special cooldown charge plus 1 unit per attack during combat. Okay, well, I take it back. What I was saying about her needing to get hit to use Dragon Blast doesn't matter. She just uses it immediately. She attacks and then she just Dragon Blasts you in the face. Wow. That's really dumb. That's so good and so dumb. And then if units within 2 spaces of an ally grants attack speed plus 3 during combat. So in totality, you can get attack speed plus 9 and special cooldown charge plus 1 to unit. That's really good. Chat, let me ask you guys, would you take attack speed pledge or attack speed attack speed, it's the teleportation one. What is it called again? Why am I forgetting? Bond? Not bond. Why am I forgetting this? Oath. Attack speed oath. Pledge or oath. Would you take oath or pledge? Because it gets really interesting when you look at that degree that way. It's a toss-up. I think it depends on the hero. Huh? Pledge for Gale Forcer. Oath. Within 2 spaces an ally. Yes. Attack speed. Okay. By the way, you guys voted Alira's R is 5 stars with 12 votes, 4 stars with 6 votes. All right, let's do the final vote.
Yay, now you can give special Spiral 4 to any unit just by having Alira exist on the map while ally supported with them. Insane support unit in player's hands. Nimchir, I'ma team her up with fallen female Korin Nimsai.
Yeah. So I agree with that. She's an insane hero.
A bit random, but are you willing
Works
to
really
watch
well with
the
teams.
live action One Piece series?
I would rather not. I'm sorry, chat. I don't have a good experience of live action anime movies. I really don't. I can't even remember the last one I considered good. It's been forever. So yeah, I don't know, man. If it's verified to be good, I'll check it out. All right, chat. Let's sum it up. What tier is Alira? Please vote. She, if it's 5 stars, it's S tier, obviously. Well, I should have put it letters, but what rating is Alira is more accurate instead of tier. But anyways, let me know. Will you guys be pulling on this banner?
It's being hosted on Netflix.
Yes. You do know I can't. It doesn't. I don't have Netflix. And even if I had Netflix, I can't stream it on Twitch or something. I don't know why you're mentioning it's on Netflix. Like it doesn't. I can't do anything with that information. This one has a lot of good traction though. Dragon Ball Evolution's peak Dragon Ball. Yeah, I use Amazon Prime for most of my viewing pleasures. Now, see, this stuff feels weird. Would you have preferred her to have? What would you have preferred to have? Tempo? I don't think Null Disrupt is bad. You know, damage reduction, some stats, and it allows her to have a better chance of quadding. Yeah, this hero's is really good for a team. This hero's really good in a lot of situations. It's this is the best gauntlet hero we've ever gotten. That's how I'll sum this up at. Dragon Wall. She does not have DC. But she can use the DC seal, so it's not the biggest deal. But I would not use the DC seal. She's not meant for that. Counter Roar? Man, these are some goofy ideas. I'm gonna wait for you guys to sum it up and then we'll go from there. She's gonna be annoying? Yeah, of course she's gonna be annoying. Welcome to Fire Emblem Heroes. If it's a good hero, they're annoying. Alright, chat.
NCD in her kit, with her built-in Spiral 4 special, and her built-in DR in weapon are really all the B-slot effects she wants, besides NFU which can just be outsourced.
Yeah, technically speaking, maybe she would want not follow-up, but here's the argument I have. I don't think a hero particularly needs null follow-up when they have a true brave weapon, right? Because it's not such a big deal. Most times you end combat immediately, so it doesn't matter. Now, if they survived combat and they get a second hit on you, well, that matters. But a lot of times, I don't value null follow-up if you can end the battle before they get a second shot on you. Right? Like, say they have a impact skill. It doesn't matter. You still get 2 shots on, right? And if they died, it doesn't matter if you need the other 2 shots. Or they have wary and you attack them and you get 2 shots and they're dead, so it doesn't even matter whether you had null follow-up or not. So from my perspective, when you have a true brave weapon, null follow-up's not the biggest deal. I would have said I could see Temple being valuable, her getting some kind of Temple variant, or I'll see the Stroke 4 is perfectly fine IMO. It's just kind of goofy, I understand that, because most non-counterattack weapons are at range nowadays and she doesn't have DC naturally. And I don't really recommend giving her DC, so. Anyways, yeah, very clearly you guys ranked her S tier hero.
4, just watch her perform Aura Kappa.
Oh yeah, quadding, immediately quadding. All right, 14 of you guys voted 5 stars, and that's it. 1 person voted 4 stars. I think she's a 5-star character. All right, chat, let me know, will you summon? And yeah, that is our look at Alear. Very strange hero, could have been Gauntlets, is not Gauntlets. But yeah, congratulations, we officially have Kung Fu dragons in this game. Yay. I 100% am skipping. I was never really interested in engage heroes in Alear anyway, so. I can't believe we finally got the first MMA fake hero. I'm gonna ask this question later with you guys, with the guys. So I'm gonna try and catch up on the chat real quick, and then we'll talk it over with the guys. Desperation 4 quadding would be really nice, so that is a thing, but I don't think she needs it. I really imagine in most situations she will win in the first 2 shots, assuming she gets her special off. Thank you, Mario Maniac, for the raid. Sorry I didn't get to address it, but thank you, Thank you. Mario Maniac is one of our stream guests. You guys might listen to him say something later. He often does not. She would have been a gauntlet unit. That would complete the melee 4 colors. Yeah. NCD earn kit. Built-in special spiral 4. What? It's not built-in special spiral 4. Her built-in DR is really rare. Okay, sure. Does everybody have Netflix? Just wondering, because it feels like everyone assumes you have Netflix, but I would say that's maybe realistic for Americans. In Canada, Netflix is shit. I hope you guys know that Netflix in Canada is really bad. Like, we don't have all the stuff you have. Do you guys ever, like, watch a content creator and they're trying to sell you VPNs? They're like, oh, you can use this to watch other things on Netflix. Yeah, the reason why they do that is because if you're in other countries, we get really shitty stuff. I legitimately don't care about Netflix, because even if I had Netflix, most things I want to watch, I can't watch anyways, so. Just use a VPN, yeah, like. So in Canada, it's not just, hey, let's buy just buy Netflix. No, it's buy Netflix and buy a VPN, which adds a lot of extra money. Family does, but I usually don't touch it to avoid issues. The only one I use is Amazon Amazon Videos or Amazon Prime Prime Videos or whatever they call it, and that's because I subscribe to Amazon Prime, right? I use that to get Twitch subs, which, by the way, if you have Amazon Prime, you can sub for free once a month, and you can definitely sub to me, for example. You get free games, and you get photo backups, and you get to watch stuff on Amazon Prime Video, which, by the way, I don't know how many of you guys care about this. Does anybody care about the Wheel of Time or watch the Wheel of Time? Because the Wheel of Time Season 2 starts September 1st. I don't even know why I'm advertising to you guys. I'm just saying, I'm going to watch all of it. I watched the first season, I loved it. Oh, well, it got kind of goofy. But I'm a firm lover of the Wheel of Time. Don't know the show, don't know what it is. Okay, well. When I was growing up, the Wheel of Time, like Lord of the Rings, if you were a fantasy lover, everyone would say, hey, read Lord of the Rings. But after you finish Lord of the Rings, what do you read? Well then, you read the Wheel of Time. The Wheel of Time is like really, really good fantasy. It's like kind of like Game of Thrones fantasy, but it's less politics, more adventure than Game of Thrones, right? But yeah, the trinity of like really top tier fantasy novels is Lord of the Rings, A Song of Ice and Fire series, and Wheel of Time. Yeah, if you have Prime, it's free to watch, so. Alright, Legendary Lear ironic gets bodied by Marth. Yes, that is true, funny. The only thing that this list looks like is the first time newly added hero got a Legendary alt. Wait a second. Wait a second! Whoa, you're right! Hold on! A Game of Thrones that doesn't turn to shit. As long as you don't have bad producers, you'll be fine. Hold on, chat. Hold on, I didn't realize this. Wait a second. Chat, I didn't realize whatsoever. Chat, I didn't realize this whatsoever. But I already have Legendary Lear. And I think most of you guys do. Look! It's Legendary Lear. Hold on a moment. You can't tell me these are different characters. They look exactly the same. Is this the first time we got a Legendary Hero which just looks exactly the same as their base form? Oh yeah, the thighs are less thick. You got me there. The thighs are less thick. The artist here is Amigataro? Wait a second. Why do they do this? Chat, if I just showed you these two heroes side by side, would you in fact say we have a new hero? I don't think you would. Why? These are the same hero. I legitimately don't understand. Why? Why are they so... This is... Honestly, this feels like the first time ever that we just got a legendary hero that just looks exactly the same. That's so weird. Obviously, they're different classes, but the art is way too similar. I've never seen this before. She has glowy hands. Yeah. She was just touching like toxic slime or sludge. You know, that's what she was doing. Yeah. She just touched something stinky, chat. Those are just stinky hands. By the way, isn't Chi represented by like white or yellow? It's never represented by I guess it can, but that doesn't look like Chi green. It's usually white or yellow to represent Chi.
Base Salia's artist is OG Nino artist, who also drew Brave Lysithea. Legendary's artist is the one who drew Nyx and Desert Lind. Both pretty good, but I prefer the latter. Okay. Anyways, they just really upgraded her assets, but otherwise looks exactly the same. Oh, this is one of the weirder legendary heroes, huh? Alira's weapon is a gauntlet skill, which means she basically means gauntlet are likely to never happen. Yeah, they are likely to never happen. Sorry for the spoil. Didn't realize it's a big deal here. Cheer 10.
Okay. Well, I hope you learned your lesson, though I can't afford everyone. I think next week, or next time we get a trailer, I'll go back to muting you guys. I appreciate you guys, but like, for a lot of people, we really just shouldn't risk it. It really takes away from the experience of finding out all together, because there's always someone. Well, we did go a couple months without somebody doing this, but yeah, it's kind of rough to do it this way. It's finding out together is part of the fun, and it's so easy for someone to ruin it. Usually it's YouTube. And in fact, I don't remember the last time Twitch spoiled us. Actually, I do remember the last time Twitch spoiled us. The last time Twitch spoiled us, it was a mod, which was super weird. Why would a mod spoil you? Or no, not a mod, a sub. Why would a sub spoil you? Though a mod did spoil me once before, but that was really weird. They literally come from Gauntlets are not gonna be a thing. Yep, Def is not a... Okay, whatever. Not to mention, high literally just got stronger in a matter of months with the new skills you can get. Yeah,
The biggest question that we have to wait till tomorrow is that, does Alia have that stupid dragon boost BST?
Yeah, I guess that's true. That's true. Enhanced BST is gonna be annoying. That's why I don't watch trailer by myself, so I can get surprised with you guys. Yeah, it's part of the experience. All right, we'll talk it over, guys. Now.
Yeah. Well, hello there.
Oh, Legion! It's looking like it's just you and me tonight.
Oh.
I'm calling you out before we even start, so I don't want to hear an excuse about why you're so quiet.
I heard what you said when I rated you. It's all good.
I've tried the patient, nice treatment with minor encouragements over time. Now we're gonna try. It's the carrot and stick, by the way. We've tried the carrot. Now we're gonna try the stick.
Oh no! No more Mr. Nice Guy.
But as long as Legion's here, I know we're gonna be fine.
True.
My confidence.
All right. So let's start our reaction pod, because that's essentially what these are. So Legion,
yes,
possibly will speak other guy. Did you think it was gonna be Lear?
No. Also, hi, Go.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that wasn't the thing I had in mind.
No. I memed that started this saying it's gonna be Link from Legend of Zelda. Because one of the viewers said it was gonna be Legendary Ferdinand, and I was like, okay.
Yo.
If we're gonna just take shots in the dark, I'll take Link from Twilight Princess. How about that? But no, obviously those were not real guesses. But I would have never guessed Alir. I come on, this feels so weird, so awkward.
It feels weird to have her green of all things.
I don't mind the color.
That's what you're gonna think is weird? Green?
Well, the green dragon stone, I suppose. I was expecting.
Yeah, I would say it's weird. That's a green kung fu dragon. That's the part where it gets weird.
I was thinking like Soth or even Minerva or Camilla or something. But this was. I would have expected Alir to be another sword. Let's just put it.
Okay.
Yeah, but also I do kind of appreciate that they at least acknowledge that Alir's a freaking dragon for once. So I'm
they
okay
did
with it.
in a very odd
funny.
way, but yeah.
Yeah. I don't mind if it's weird, considering they don't have a canon dragon design. They just kind of give up on that.
Why is she punching though?
Why am I not
Because
so let's get to that.
I don't know.
What are your
why
thoughts on
they
this?
gave her fists.
Like, I haven't
Or
played
blood
Engage yet,
class.
but
Oh,
that's pretty weird.
okay. Well, she does again.
Are you serious? Are you seriously telling me she's gonna be classed as a dragon in Engage and she just punches people? That's it? Like no dragon,
weird. Yeah,
anything? She just punches people.
No, it's just swords and fists in her promoted class. Yeah.
No, I'm
For
aware
some
she
reason.
uses
I don't know
swords.
why?
But I
But
wasn't
there's
aware
no
she was
dragon form or
classed.
anything.
Right, I wasn't aware that she was a dragon who punches people.
Yeah, it's a little weird, and there's even a scene pretty early on in the game where one of the kings is like, I want to see you transform into a dragon. She's like, yeah, haha. And then she's thinking to herself, can I do that? And then it's just never brought up for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that sounds very familiar with Engage writing. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so let's get to the main subject at hand. Gauntlets. Are they ever going to happen?
If they were, I feel like this would have been the time.
Cope.
I don't understand why they did this, because they clearly have the animation. This seems like a very...
Yeah.
No offense, this seems like they had this animation and they were just using it now. This doesn't seem anything special whatsoever.
Maybe they're hinting at it in a very weird way.
Why hint at it? You know, if
Uh,
they wanted this banner to do even better and wanted to draw a lot of hype, this would have just straight up been the Gauntlet hero.
Oh, that
Just
would have
right away.
This would have been perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
Genuinely surprised by this because I cannot imagine a reason not to do this. Even if you want to argue there are not going to be a lot of Gauntlet heroes, you know what I'll argue? There are not going to be a lot of Armorous Beast heroes. How many do we have?
Yeah.
So
we have like 5 or something.
Kind of
like
on
that.
in how many years? Right?
Yeah.
So the point is, why can't we do gauntlets? This is the same thing. This will be the same idea. We'll have a handful of gauntlet heroes, just like we have a handful of armored beast heroes. So I don't see that argument.
It's a little weird. I think the only difference would be that gauntlets would be a whole new weapon type, as opposed to, for example, armored beast is just one movement type of a weapon type.
Sure, but what's wrong with that?
Well, no, I don't think there's anything wrong.
Because
I'm trying to see from their perspective.
I would argue. What? I would argue it doesn't matter whatsoever. It would just be another melee weapon. It's just another melee weapon with different colors. It doesn't change a thing.
Yeah.
Unless you're one of the people who are like, man, I still use sword breaker, axe breaker, lance breaker. There's no gauntlet breakers, man. I'm just screwed. You know, like unless you're one of those people, those people don't exist anymore. By the way.
And those days already were gone with bow breaker and dagger breaker only work on colorless bows and daggers. So.
Right. So this wouldn't even affect a lot of heroes if you want to argue like, hey, gauntlets would break that or change the meta or somehow, right? Like that just wouldn't make a lot of sense.
No, I think it'd be fine. I mean, I just don't know what. That's the only thing I can think of for why they wouldn't put gauntlets in, and even then, it seems kind of silly. So.
Okay. Well, I would argue we just got the silliest hero in the entire game, Kung Fu Dragon.
Yep.
Who doesn't transform into a dragon?
Yeah.
I would think this would be like reasonably okay, but it's just her being classified as a dragon while punching people is just.
Why?
It's just really goofy.
I don't get it.
Okay. So I think we're in agreement. This basically verifies Gauntlet's going to happen. I think it's we're 6 years into this game. You can afford to give us one more class. There's no reason not to. But we kind of had this inclination ever since Balthus, so I guess.
Yep. That was a little bit ago, too.
All right. With that said, the second part that really gets to me isn't just the gauntlets. It's her art. This is the first Legend hero that we got that just looks like her base form.
That's exactly what I said when I was looking at it.
Yeah, this is just no sword. That's it. They put the scroll on instead of the sword, and that was it. She touched some green slime, and now she has glowy hands, and that's it.
She's technically in her promoted class, but all the promoted classes in Engage look very, very similar to their base classes. That happens with the Lords as well. They only change a little bit. They might get a new headpiece or like a slightly new like addition to their cape, but yeah, not much else.
So I want to ask this: does she get like a special gauntlet or something? Because it just looks like she's wearing slime gloves.
This is one of the when you can basically engage with a Lear, and this is one of her weapons. And in Engage, it's basically a strong fist weapon that does magic damage, and like all fist weapons, you attack twice. So
that's it.
Yeah.
That's all, folks.
Oh man.
And to be fair, the Dragon Blast is actually based on her one of her Engage attacks. She does have that in Engage. And it works kind of similarly here. They changed the support partner thing for in Engage is her Engage partner, but yeah.
You can even see the body art scroll this art lol.
Yes.
Translates reasonably well.
All right. Well, so yeah, that sums it up. How my feelings on Lear. Weird that she's not a true Gauntlet hero. Perfect time to introduce it. Her art, weird that it looks exactly like her base form, just without the sword and glowy hands and a scroll. This is one of the weirdest Legend heroes I've seen. And of course, weird that I didn't expect a Lear. By the way, did you know we are now caught up with 3 houses in terms of engage heroes
I
and
saw
3
that,
houses heroes?
Yeah, we actually already were.
Yeah.
Oh, now that with Sothis,
We're actually one ahead now, right?
No,
But that's
Sothis
so
came out around the
weird.
same time.
Why did they do that? Why did they not go front heavy? Why did they go back heavy?
Yeah, it's a little
It's
confusing
so
because
weird.
they achieved the same result, but just way later than they needed to.
Yeah. I still think that the release of the game just gets weirdly timed with how they wanted, like, the summer celebration to be engaged. Like a summer release instead of a winter release. It's just weird how that got handled on both fronts. I still don't know if Engage wasn't originally planned to release in a winter. It could have been a whole different scheduling department.
I would say to that, I don't understand why Faye could not reorganize themselves. It's not difficult to ship the banner around.
I don't know.
And I would think they would have some degree of coordination, being the same company and all. But...
Well, I can imagine that stuff can get a little complicated, but I genuinely don't know. I don't know what the inner workings and the business side, so yeah. Well,
this is yet another banner where it doesn't restore my faith in the game, so there you go.
At the very least, it might sell well without good green is and Alir being here.
Did you guys know that the banner sales have been terrible this year? Like, there are legitimately great heroes.
I checked on it recently. I checked on the sensor ones. They look pretty...
Sensor Tower discussions. Yeah.
Yeah, the Sensor Tower ones look pretty okay. There's some bad ones.
Okay! Are we looking at the same list?
I think so. Well,
you want to know, if you go into prior years, by this time of the year, there are multiple S-tier banners. You want to tell me how many S-tier banners are here this year?
Oh, well, I thought last year had a pretty similarly unfortunate showing.
Yeah, because last year was also on the decline. Is that how you look at things? We did badly last year and we did the same this year. Therefore, we're doing great.
No, I haven't seen all the other years. So I don't know. I don't know what
oh my god. No, the context is you should already understand that we're not even hitting S-tier banners. That means no banner's doing well, or that we're not even getting like successful, nearly successful enough.
The one A-tier banner was CYL, I believe.
Okay, so then we are looking at the same thing, where there's no S-tier banner, one A-tier banner, and you want to tell me we're doing well?
Well, no, I wouldn't want to argue we're doing well. But
yeah, because you should not compare it to last year, because last year was already a really bad year. So if all we did was do worse than last year, or similarly, that's not a good thing.
Where is that image?
I want to ask, WTF is a dragon anymore? Like, come on. Who really knows what a dragon is anymore? I was already weirded out by Sothis not transforming into a dragon.
Yeah.
That was the funniest thing, because at least Sothis, like, she did the transformation animation and just nothing happens. And then she just goes about her business. But with Alir, she doesn't even bother with the animation. She just goes up and punches people. It's so weird.
It does feel very odd in a game where everyone uses
See, there's no attempt at transformation. It's just straight up just punches somebody.
Actually, this might be a second combat, so she might not be transforming here.
Well, I didn't see any combat where she transformed.
Well, the first combat can be not in the trailer.
Yes, but I don't...
She's max HP.
I don't think she transformed.
She could have killed something and then just killed something else without taking any damage.
I still don't think she'll have a transforming.
I don't think she's
She'll probably have a very stupid one, if anything.
Or maybe, yeah, if they do, it'll be like, I don't know, she bounces up and shines.
Yeah.
Because in this case, that means she doesn't transform in any of these situations, which would be weird. They usually try to show off every aspect. That's 2 battles that they had a chance to do it, and they don't do it.
Okay, yeah. I found the sensor tower thing.
They get a little weird sometimes with what they do and don't show in terms of combats. Sometimes they start the map like at the end of the map, like the showcase. It's weird.
Yeah, That's what I'm saying. Like, if we're both looking at the same thing, how would you say this is okay? Okay, you know what? We'll do something fun, because, I think this would be pretty interesting to get your perspective on this, chat.
Wish I could find the other years so we could have a better frame of reference for how well X and Y year did and how well, for example, like last year did. Maybe I could find those somewhere.
You can find them, but I can tell you from the top of my mind, there were at least more A tiers, so... You know why they have an S tier? It's from prior years where banners achieved S tier.
Let me see here.
Oh, that's kind of annoying, chat. Alright. Alright, chat. Let's just ask you guys a question. Who's pulling? And once you answer that, let me know the following. Where do you think this banner will end up on in terms of the tier list of performing banners of this year? Because I'm going to say this year has been terrible. We just got the Brave Heroes banner, and that reached A tier. Because that would mean, without the Brave Heroes banner, we would have no S tier banners, no A tier banners.
Plus 10 Alia, I am obligated.
I mean, I'm gonna pull only because I have an idea for earlier on the SD team. But
I feel like this one will end up in like, I don't know, maybe
E
or C, I want to say. E, really?
E or D. That's it.
I was gonna say C or D.
I can see C, but
C is a fair push, but
I'm willing
also
to bet D. Just so you guys know, if you look at the banner, can we agree every hero on D is, you know, amazing? But people didn't care.
Feels like Duo Asker his ass without fucking off on his ass.
Yeah,
seriously.
Right? One of the best tanks in the entire game, probably the best ranged tank in the entire game, who's not a savior unit, and then the highest damage dealer in Legendary Shez, and one of the most, like... Well, Nerthus would have won, straight up just won Choose Her Legends if she were an option, but she's really good. She's a great Gale Forcer. And she's hot. And story reasons. So...
And she's hot.
Yep. So the reason why I brought all this up is, I think at this point, it's quite obvious. Power creep has gone too far. We've gotten to the point where people don't even want to pull anymore. Back in the day, people would pull on a banner, even if there's nothing special about it. Remember back in the day? Yep. Legion remembers. I know that much for sure.
I do. I remember those days.
I'm not sure. You seem too young for that. But I know Legion remembers because he was there. Because
week one.
There were banners back in the day where it was just a hero revealing, and we're like, "Oh my god, it said hero was falling out," and we just pulled. You know,
or
we were
like
excited.
Seasonal banner. Neat.
Or yeah, seasonal banner. They look good. We'll pull, right? Because back then the gap between power wasn't so immense. So if I got a hero that was my favorite, and they're just slightly weaker than a hero that's not my favorite, guess who I'm gonna pick? I'll pick my hero, right? My guy who's my favorite, because I'm not losing much. But what the meta has is, there are some heroes that are practically unpullable, right? Yep. Even if you really like them, they just don't offer you anything in comparison to other heroes. So that's the problem they ran themselves into with like the supreme power creep. By the way, in prior years, we didn't have G, we didn't even have H. If that wasn't obvious enough.
Well,
those banners.
Technically last year we did have H.
Yeah, it looked like it was
Sanders
last year.
They had to.
What's crazy?
They had to add these. Go ahead.
What's crazy to me is Guidance 4. I mean, I know it's, you know, their skills, and that kind of makes your point.
I wouldn't say that was because... What was around that time again? Was that... What was the reason why Tana performed so poorly?
Well, her banner wasn't all that appealing in general.
No, it wasn't.
I mean, Gilliam, Cyrene, are good.
Well, what was the seasonal that month? I forget.
That was, I think, March or April? Or...
How about the obvious thing? People don't care about meta anymore.
Yeah, no.
Meta's not enough of a reason to pull.
Dropped off a lot.
They've created such a giant gap that even if I pull the meta unit like Legendary Robin, I'm not automatically gonna win all my Sonar duels. You know, it's not enough. Everyone else already has him, so I'm doing equating
now that I'm
that
looking
footing.
at it more, Legendary and Mythic banners tend to sell a lot worse than the regular, including seasonal banners. It seems like I can't see a single Legendary Mythic that goes above D here.
That's actually kind of funny, now I think about it.
Yeah.
That's more of a trend that I'm interested in. Maybe it's because it's arcade.
Legendary and Mythics losing interest.
Well,
The only one that's really high is for Mortis and Godo, and that's because they were sharing.
Oh yeah, that one was.
Oh, that's right. That's the one.
That one was
yeah,
crazy.
That one. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's much different.
Understandable.
But can we point this out? Legendary Robin, is he one of the most impactful legendaries of all time?
Yep.
Absolutely. I don't think people quite realized that when he first came out, though.
No.
Him and Hinoka actually.
No,
They're
people
both really good.
Okay, but what about Frere? I hate him.
Yeah, Frey. Yeah.
By the way,
he's still really good.
Thank God people ignored
Oh,
him.
of course. Yeah.
I hated his release. I didn't like him whatsoever. And does anyone see the small Lear behind him? Jeez.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. That is technically his debut.
Yeah, at the same time. But yeah, I hated everything about him. I recognized he was going to be amazing. I did not want to pull for him. It was that simple. Also, I do want to take your attention to this, chat. Remember, red ranking is Japan, blue ranking is US. It's US. So you can see the difference. Like, Japan liked Frere, US did not. US did not care. So that's the numbering. And yeah, you guys can see like the biases between some things. What the hell? US 69 3 times.
Oh, wait a minute.
Nice.
Okay. Anyways,
Is it
this
fair to say that JP tends to be a little more meta skewed?
JP,
maybe I'm
Japanese
Well,
players.
we have to look at each of these.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking at the trend wrong. Maybe.
I think Japanese players and people are more patient and invested in these things than we are. Is how I feel.
I have
to me.
papaya, Tanuki.
Hey Tanuki, welcome to the stream. Welcome everyone. Thank you for dropping by.
Look at all the ears.
What day of streaming was this time? Day 1769. Nice.
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 Okay.
I feel like hearing that every 100 days.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna sum this up now. I think this banner will be D at best. That's really where it feels
now
like.
that
it
I'm looking at the trend a little more, I think it'll be around the level of Shez and their Thurs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. If
Choose
you
Your Legends
think
also
about it.
is definitely a huge problem for
Yes.
them.
Yes, it's also heavily competitive, but yeah. Chat, it's alright. You don't have to be a slave to the meta. In fact, I would say don't be a slave to the meta, otherwise every single month you're pulling.
Don't
And it's
do
gonna
it.
be miserable.
Yay.
Yep.
I mean, I already do that anyways, but yay.
Yeah, I tend to pull just because I want more options, but
Yeah, I tend to pull because I have an addiction.
Yeah.
I'll also need 3 shots of cappuccinos every morning or I don't function.
a large percentage of Fate players could relate.
I also snort cocaine. I'm kidding.
Okay, well, we went from gambling to
Lord.
caffeine to Coke. Just
But all agreeable? Question mark.
They're all addictions. The point was they're all addictions. Everyone just accepts it.
the gambling the Fey pipeline. First you do Fey, then you'll do caffeine, then you'll do Coke.
All right, let's get into the hero because we've gone in everything else. So,
Yeah, might as well.
Alir. You
pretty
want to know
simple.
the thing I think the thing that I'm most interested in finding out?
What
I
the
know
slot availability is? Or
Why do they
what?
make her a dragon? Because it feels like there's a chance that she might have a BST bone.
I don't think she will
Probably not.
because Corrin is really the only dragon they seem to do that consistently for.
Corrin is
Yep.
a unit. Granted, there's
and-
never been a non-dragon Corrin, but
Yeah. And regular Alir got no dragon GST.
Because then I don't understand the point of making her a dragon. She doesn't use dragon skills.
It's basically
Her
I
weapon
guess-
is, you can't argue to me, her weapon's a dragon breath.
I mean, it's a magic weapon. That's the only thing I can think of, but it's still ridiculous.
This
Melee
is so
magic
funny.
weapon, and she is a dragon. That's about as close as we're getting.
Chat, we got a true brave dragon weapon.
Yo.
Yeah, hooray! And it's not even like Breath of the Fist or something. It's just Dragon's Fist. I mean, I know that's the name of the weapon.
The dragon's fist. The dragon.
Oh, and funnily enough, it actually has almost exactly the same might as Engage.
Okay. So I'm gonna sum it up right now. Dragon's Fist is one of the funniest weapons
The
I've
most
read.
fraudulent weapon since the sword Tomalal.
Yeah, it's a fraudulent weapon. I'm serious. I'm looking forward to Gunblades coming into Fire Emblem Heroes. It'll just completely be fraudulent, stolen from Final Fantasy, and Squall can suck it. So,
Well, we have gun. So we're one there. One step
We're-
there.
technically we have guns in this game. They're just
Corin
mage
got her
tones.
debut into trainee
We have
BST
Grimbrooker.
privileges as a green infantry dragon. Prior to that, she didn't get trainee BST.
Okay.
Maybe Alia will get trainee BST
I
from now on, starting
doubt it.
with this screen infantry
I'm doubting it,
dragon
but I also
class
literally have
Nimchina.
no. Who knows?
I mean,
I
yes,
don't-
it could technically happen. but
Again,
it's
I
like-
don't understand why they made her a dragon or a green dragon or anything here anymore. But all right, so getting Dragon's Fist. Basically, this is just an amalgamation of three things. There is nothing original here. I would like to point that out. It's slaying. Of course it is. What isn't slaying anymore? She gets to have unit attacks twice. Yes, because it's a gauntlet. True brave. And start combat. All stats was 5. All stats minus X on foe during combat. Executes number of allies from distinct titles within 3 spaces of unit times 3 plus 4 max 10. Basically, Alir's skill. Same idea.
Yeah, I think the one thing that's actually unique about this is not exactly what it does, but I don't think... Have we ever had a true brave weapon that has stat scaling in it?
Dual leg yarn.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
I guess that's the closest thing to it.
Well, I don't know if it even matters because it just... This is not a very original weapon. All they did was just...
Oh, no,
hey,
it's
we'll
not.
take this thing and this thing will just mash it together.
And when you're,
It's
when you're a
actually
true brave
together
weapon,
Liberation
Slay.
with this.
Yeah,
When you're a
so
true
essentially what they
brave
did
weapon,
was
yeah.
take Liberation, fundamental ability from Gauntlets, which is the Brave effect, fundamental ability from Breaths, which is targeting lower defense or res, if foe's range goes 2. And they just put it all together.
yeah, at least it's not dodge. You get first
He
hit.
does have DR, though,
Yeah, first at DR.
which is
Anyways.
honestly probably a bit better than dodge for her, because she is brave, so...
I do want to talk about the most important thing. Dragon Blast is broken.
Biden Blast!
Oh, yeah, that special's crazy, actually.
Yeah, Biden Blast was nuts.
I don't like this
50%
at
of
all.
Speed. That
This
I
is-
think that's the highest speed scaling special we've got.
Yes.
to
Chat,
my knowledge.
what special would be better than Dragon Blast? 1 for 1, combat specials only.
Combat special.
Supreme Astra.
Because you
Hey,
can't
that counts the weapon. You can't do that.
because you can't say Fjorm special, for example, because that's a defensive special. It wouldn't be fair to go offense versus defense, right? Like that's
Supreme
just
Astra
weird.
is pretty
Or
nuts.
actually, wait, Supreme Astra
Um,
has... Does Supreme Astra have that
It has
built-in
double
where it has
proc.
the double
This
proc
is
built in?
OG.
That's not the weapon
Alia's
effect?
weapon.
That is the special.
Difference
Okay.
besides
So
the
that
brave
is
and
probably
dragon
something,
effects.
yeah.
DR percentage
of
is
course,
now
Divine
fixed,
Pulse is also
and now
pretty
she
nuts.
reduces all foes' stats instead of just def and speed.
Uh,
so now she is getting bulk.
Yeah, the bulk part is actually huge, because that's actually why I didn't like Liberation. Part of it is it scales no bulk, so Lear is not actually that tanky. She's more offensive. This one doesn't have that problem. But, no, yeah, Divine Pulse and Supreme Astra are the only two that come to mind that can be... And it's mostly because Divine Pulse just has broken DR.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right, but coming back to this, Dragon Blast is crazy because its damage output's insane. 50% unit speed. That's so
Yeah.
much.
On a 3 cooldown, that's a bonfire for your speed.
Just so
now,
you guys,
granted,
Mhm.
3, yeah.
but just so people realize, what are the chances to have 50 plus speed?
Oh, yeah.
It's
easy.
100%.
Oh, yeah.
Easy.
100%. Unless you tank her into the ground somehow. You will probably never have less than 50 speed.
That's at least 25 damage. So that's already a lot
Yeah.
of damage. Then you add to the fact that she somehow gets potentially 40% damage reduction. Why? And then
And she
you
Yeah.
can't damage
reduces
reduce
your
it.
damage
Why?
reduction.
Beacon DR, damage reduction piercing from the special itself. So it's basically like Sublime Heaven, but it's a little more unwieldy because it's a 3 cooldown special, but the combo.
But she has no problem with it.
But that's
like,
the problem.
She has no problem. With
They didn't balance it well because you would argue, hey, 3 cooldown special makes this harder. Problem, she has slaying, she has breath, and she has a brave weapon, so it's not a problem.
Yep.
Unless it's a guard tempo or just straight up tempo situation.
Sure,
it can be a problem.
You can, if you're not running into tempo, you're basically just getting this for free. Like it's not even a question.
It's definitely more favored to proc it than not, but it is definitely manageable.
I do want to ask, why can't we just tempo her anyways?
That is true. Well, besides the fact that tempo is a very all or nothing B. You literally lose your B slot.
In terms of like, it's just a small step.
Okay.
But if you really want to proc it.
But I'm just pointing out, if we absolutely have to, we can.
Yes.
And she can eventually run velocity. She can run velocity 4 eventually.
Is there a reason why we can't? Yeah, because she's a dragon, right?
Or wait, yeah. She's a dragon.
I want to check. Can we run Brave Bottom's B slot or
still balanced,
what's it called again?
As both the
Brave?
DRP
That's preempt and no.
Preempt.
Yeah, it's preempt is for
limited to player hands.
Yeah, preempt is a weird
they
skill.
require ally support.
So we're just waiting for a melee version.
Or Advantage 4.
Being too
Or Advantage 4, okay.
Which that very well might happen.
We have Desperation 4, so yeah, it's not off the table.
Sure. Okay. But yeah, that is IMO, best offensive special in the game for me. I don't see anything better.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, I'd probably still say it is.
Not only
that, ridiculous. I know it's.
Although I'm more afraid of Supreme Astra. Yeah.
GLR is not in the same league, and it's also a defensive special.
Defensive special.
Yeah, no, it doesn't compare.
Don't get me wrong, units who can loop Godlike are pretty nuts, but Godlike is not. That's the reason why it's inheritable, put it that way.
Yeah.
Likewise to lethality and anything of that sort. There's a reason they're inheritable. They're not the most broken specials.
Yeah. No, you're not gonna say, well, Dragon Blast, this perf special is actually, here's why Deadeye is so much better. Like, come on.
All right. Well, she has a perfect A slot because she has to be within 3 spaces of anybody, anyways. So the only thing I got a question is Null see this Rep 4.
Yep.
Yeah,
remember,
it's a little weird.
She does not have this encounter.
On that.
And,
I mean, you can literally slap it on her seal.
You can, but I'm not sure if you should. But yes, you can. I just want to point out, like, this is the only thing that I just kind of question because it doesn't fit perfectly. If she had this encounter, then yeah, it fits perfectly. Most fire sweep kind of weapons where you can't counterattack are ranged at this point in the game. Very few are up close. So
yeah.
She doesn't really get a lot of usage out of this outside of.
I still think if you're running her in arena, she's going to get pretty good use out of this because you're going to have to run.
You're going to have to, sure.
Yeah, DC.
Shouts Dex for taking the whale perspective. We need a whale in here to balance things out.
I mean, also your bonus week, you're probably going to run DC.
Well, yeah, if you're taking
the once a year bonus week. Thank you.
4 times this year.
Okay, right on release, on release this year, but afterwards, you know what I mean.
Yeah. I mean, if you are going to use her as in
her season, you can also do that.
If you're running,
if you plus 10 her or something, come on.
Well, no, if she happens to be your highest.
Someone else pointed this out. NCD4 is likely here because of legendary Hinoka.
Yeah.
Picture this. Imagine releasing a new fire legendary that out of the box is a losing matchup against its latest predecessor.
Built to counter Hinoka.
I'm not sure that they would do that. That would be so short-sighted. But it is IS, so they could in fact be that short-sighted.
Yes, I mean she already has color disadvantage against Hinoka, but if she can live one hit,
they seem very adamant on pushing Null C as a thing, though. Like not just Null C4 as a B slot, but also like Fjorm having Null C. It seems like it's slowly eking its way into the meta.
Well, Fjorm has always had a history of Null C.
I don't think you should bet on legendary matchups. That just doesn't even make sense, to be honest.
I would never bet on it. I would say you can count on a little overlap, but you can't say, well, X and Y legendary is always.
It just happens to be that. That's the thing. It just happens to be that Hinoka is surprisingly completely countered by Lear despite being green versus red.
Yep.
And
it is the same season?
Guaranteed fire sweep. Oh.
Yes.
Wait, they are? Man, really...
They're both fire.
They're both fire?
They're both fire, yes.
Okay, it is a relevant matchup then.
Okay, so they will bump into each other, but again, I don't understand why you would want that. Okay, sure.
I guess
got
at the very least, Alear will probably be okay.
Non-Deadeye. Even if it's Deadeye proc, it'll still not be the best.
Okay.
Deadeye colored
40% true DR. It's
okay, so we'll get to attack speed pledge. That you will not remove. Attack speed finish, that you will not remove. So the only thing that you might change is your B slot. So chat, the question comes down to this. What's your preferable B slot for Alear? Because I've heard everything from Desperation Force, so she could quad.
Yeah. If it's not SC4, honestly, you could do... I know some people are going to do Counter Roar.
Counter Roar is looking very obvious. I mean, you get more first hits DR, you get healing on healing, you get damage reflection on top of a 50% speed-based special, and all with basically no checks.
I can see this being really good into like Brave Self and Brave Chrome Comp. Like, I think Alear will just destroy those two, especially with her stats scaling.
Otherwise, yeah, Tearful Lull is gonna be. No.
Why?
Magical No Follow Up is
never.
Yeah. No. Magical No Follow Up is also gonna be an option because on hit DR Pierce. Also, one of her biggest problems is no follow up on either side. You get some DR Pierce into complete DR removal. It's not bad. Otherwise, lull for stat scaling, though we don't have low speed res or attack speed. Tier 4.
Same reason as to why
We don't,
Nimious
right?
has fire
We don't.
sword
No, it's a low-
against blue units.
Yeah.
It's just
So
speed
that
defense
Cedar,
and
her
attack.
latest
Attack defense.
predecessor
Okay.
doesn't body her. Since Hinoka has fire sweep against green units,
you could
they
run-
Why
will
are you so
equal
stuck
one
on
Alear if bodied
Hinoka
an
versus
uninvested one.
Alear? This is what? Okay, anyways,
Dogma has found his newest
I guess in-
fixation.
voting's up.
In some
Let me know
rules-
what you guys prefer. Go ahead.
I mean, it might matter in some riddles, but realistically, I think you're gonna run her as a near save if you're running her with sword. As a raid boss, I don't know. It's
Nobody
I don't know
really.
about
Raid
Well,
bosses
you
are
can't
very
make her a far
different
save
things
with
to
sword,
find.
so
yeah.
Yeah.
She has to be near
I
save.
just mean like near save, yeah.
Ooh, BA4 is kind of spicy. I can't
The
deny it.
BA4,
But,
yeah, for player phase, that'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, it just has no enemy phase DR. at
I
all.
mean, there's also just Counter Roar, which is BA4, but spicy.
Yep.
So,
That is-
Well,
I think that's gonna be-
no, but Counter Roar can work in both phases, though, right?
yes.
Okay.
What?
So the one thing I want to point out is I'm glad no one's mentioning null follow-up because
I did mention Magical No
Hey,
Follow-Up.
yeah.
No.
oh shoot. Because the reason why I'm going to bring this up is I don't think heroes with brave weapons, especially with fast specials, really need it. Because
It's
if you go
more
through
so
the,
for it's for the defensive edge and also to make sure the DR pierces throughout.
okay,
But I
but
think
that's
if
the-
you're on your second hit, you're probably
On
gonna
your
be
second
getting-
hit, you're anticipated to pierce it completely, but it's still nice to have
are
something.
you not piercing it immediately? Because Dragon Blast is going to pierce whatever damage reduction they have.
Depends on which phase
Ooh, a
and
lot of
depends on how much pre-charge.
Okay,
you might
it
not
is
have it
not
the first
perfect, but it is as close to as unnecessary as it gets. If you can have null follow-up, obviously you want it, but when it is a brave weapon with a guaranteed special, that's the least impactful time to null follow-up a hero.
Yeah, it really depends on how much you A, need the defensive no follow-up, and B, on how much you can actually outsource no follow-up as a buff.
I
If
think
you can just
actually,
buff no follow-up, screw it. Probably the better way.
the
but-
slightly more compelling argument for Magic No Follow-Up actually is getting a little bit of the extra damage from it, but also your Dragon Blast hits will pierce half DR anyway, so you can
That's
get a lot
the
of damage out of
reason
it.
why you would run it at all. Otherwise, you would just have to straight
Well,
up
no,
say,
I-
go for the follow-up buff.
No, I know, but I'm saying.
Thank you for pointing
I
out the
think
description, yes.
Approaching it from that angle, I think.
But you
makes
do
it
understand,
more-
you're not making full utilization of it, right? Like, normally, if a character has wary, the idea is you attack, they wary the second attack, so you're missing an attack, right? But that doesn't matter for a hero like Alear, because she's going to attack twice, trigger a special, that hero's probably dead, so you're not going to be worried about your second wave of attacks, it doesn't matter.
She's not
Likewise, if they attack
She's not
you...
the scariest offensive unit, yeah?
Whoa, wait, what? Dragon Blast is going to hurt a lot.
Dragon Blast is gonna hurt a lot, but where she relatively honestly scales on damage outside of Dragon Blast, there's like not a ton of attack going into it. I mean, there's Finish. I don't know.
She has Pledge,
I-
Finish, Dragon Blast, and her skill skews a shit ton of stats. I'm not sure where you're going with this. I think most things attacking her, if Dragon Blast goes off, are pretty much screwed.
They're very much threatened, but I don't know. I have a very
she's getting.
It is not going to be 100% of the time. It's never going to be 100% of the time, but it's as close as it gets to not needing.
Yeah.
Alir is going to be her scariest as a melee unit, like a melee frontliner. Like that's going to be ridiculous.
She's going to be scariest as a
especially with
support / near save.
Chat wants
maybe a guidance support.
Oh my god. Okay. Sure.
Peshaw, I know she's not an armor unit. We were talking about Soren, but yeah.
Yeah, anything involving Savior that isn't an armor is going to be talking about Soren.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay, I don't agree with Dragon Roar, so I don't know. I would rather keep Nalsi the Strut over Dragon Roar. Or Counter Roar.
Nalsi is safe to keep.
I wouldn't automatically, because the only source of it right now is Brave Corrin.
Well, yeah, I mean, if we're talking from the perspective of foddering Corrin, but I can definitely see Counter Roar over Nalsi at least.
Yeah, and I know people are going to be actually throwing a little bit of a fit about Dragon Blast and the support partner thing.
Why?
Well, because people complain a lot about support partner.
People always love to complain about allies.
That's the only thing that makes this not completely balls.
Which I guess, technically speaking, Soren probably has to be the recipient of Dragon Blast if you two together. Just full disclosure.
Okay, because I want to point this out. Arena's gonna get really miserable. It's already really miserable. Has anyone fought Brave Corrin? It was really, really dumb. My Marth couldn't win until everybody else was dead. And I had to be on a defense tile to pull it off. Like, do you guys realize? And it wasn't one combat. This is ridiculous. Yeah, this is ridiculous.
That'll change in 2 weeks, but yeah, Corrin is kind of ridiculous as a raid boss.
This is not strategy anymore. It's a red hero with a falchion, effective against dragon, instant special, +10, fully buffed up. Can't win. What? What? No, I don't
better
want.
Hope that we're fine. It's gonna fix it.
Yeah, I'm gonna pray, but that's also why I'm like, yeah, I'm glad there's partner stuff on this. I don't want this to be perfect. Come on.
Yeah. So basically, without the partner stuff, she's not getting true DR, and she is not.
No DR Pierce.
Yeah, no DR Pierce. Which at least makes her a little less ridiculous.
Enemy facing her as an AI unit doesn't actually sound too bad, to be honest.
What, you still get hit twice, and you still might get hit by Dragon Blast.
Oh, absolutely, it's not gonna be great.
It's not the worst possible situation.
I would rather take that than a frickin' Shez. I'll just say that.
Okay, fair. All right. But yeah, there's not really much to talk about when it comes to her kit, chat. The idea is, hey, get Pledge up, and then you get Dragon Blast to go boom boom, and then finish triggers for healing and more damage. And she stays 3 spaces near ally, and that's it. That's how she plays. Stay near allies and punch everything, and they all explode.
Make sure you have a diverse team. You can't just have them all from 2 games.
Yes, that's where, by the way, that's where Fire Heroes, by the way.
Now the player-controlled Brave Corrins will be able to get DR piercing thanks to legendary Alia Nimchia best engage pair Nimsai.
Okay, you're so obsessed with Corrin, I'm not gonna address that. Okay, chat. But I just want to sum up the way she plays, because that's essentially how she plays. Just stay near the team and make everything explode, and that's it. She just runs around and makes things explode.
She's also, and then also figure out who to make the most broken unit with that support.
Yeah.
You can find funny units.
Thinking of Supreme Master, can we talk about how Dragon Blast is going to make Carla even more annoying?
Well,
not Carla.
Ira. Right?
Yeah, I was thinking about Carla. I was like, wait, what?
Give Carla DR Pierce more! No, Ira and her 2 special procs that previously didn't have DR Pierce.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Technically, by extension,
and give her
has as well.
Oh, we did not talk about that.
Yeah, imagine tanking 2 Supreme Astras, but they're also immune and piercing your DR.
Yeah, the anti.
No, you're dead.
Okay, well, for the people who were upset about Ira not piercing, there you go. It's solved. Wow, that was
There you
fast.
go.
That
That's
was
crazy.
fast.
Oh,
that's
you can also do that with.
I
Oh yeah,
hate it.
I bet Lightning is going to be happy for this. You can pair her with.
Do it with Lysithea, yeah.
Lysithea, yeah.
You want to know something? This game has gotten to a point where like the majority strategy is before the battle.
Yep.
Like we just
Yep.
deploy the right
Team
team
building.
and we should essentially win unless we're bad.
it can become very team versus team matchup dependent.
Yeah, it's basically rock paper scissors, and then somehow you got to make that paper beat the scissors. You know.
It's rock paper
There's some
scissors
cases-
until you meet the whale with the laser beam.
Also, yeah, until they just take out a gun and you're like, wait, I thought we were playing rock paper scissors, and then they shoot you.
And then they shoot you with a
But
unit. with
sometimes
just
that
40
whale will
stats.
backfire with the gun, and you make it from them and shoot them.
Oh yeah, if you get a dumbass whale, then sure.
Those are
Or
rare.
the
Those are getting
generous
rarer and rarer at the higher
surrender
ends.
whale.
Yeah, sadly they're learning.
Because I'm sure like we're all within top 1K
Yeah,
of summer duels. Yeah, I don't remember fighting a dumb whale.
I fought one whale this season. I didn't
You
get
know,
to
in a
do a lot
morbid
this
and
season.
stretched
I
way,
had no
this
time,
is
but I had
essentially
one whale that
Flair's
just
missing
surrendered
puzzle
on me
piece.
immediately, so
Put
that
it
was
on
nice.
par with lethality and
But
die live.
otherwise, no.
Well, the whales are so used to fighting, knowing it's rock paper scissors, and if they see they lost to rock paper scissors, just some of them are okay with leaving. They know what's
Oh, no,
likely
they-
gonna happen.
Oh, they had me beat no matter what. They like had a
Oh,
complete.
they just
like,
left?
comp diff. They were at 7,300. They were at 7,300. So they actually did the right thing and surrendered.
Oh, okay, wow.
Yeah, an actually nice whale. Imagine.
All right,
My teams don't checkmate squad.
so let me
Oh,
ask
yeah.
you guys and sum it up for Lear to end the segment. If you were to rate her, where would she be? Keep in mind, Chad already rated her, but yeah, go ahead.
9. I'm inclined to say 9, and it's mostly because of my general distaste to melee offensive units in this dog.
But
would
if
say-
when it comes to melee offensive units, is this not the best one?
Oh, this
Well,
is definitely this one in terms of.
If you're looking at an infantry hero, is this not the cap? I can't even imagine how you're gonna.
I mean, if
make
you
this
take out the
worse.
fact that she doesn't have good mobility, I mean, her offensive presence is definitely way more than anyone else, I think.
Because she
Well,
works
among
really
the
well in the teams, so that's the reason why.
Yeah, that too. Especially making other units really scary,
All right.
which we haven't touched on. We've touched the surface with Ira, but it could get worse. Well,
Like, she could be your god sword without the
Yeah.
sword. You know what I
oh,
mean?
definitely.
She's your raid boss. You just run her and she gets in a battle and she just kills everything, and then you're like, oh wow, I won.
You're definitely gonna see that happen. I think I have to put her.
This is Godfist, which is, by the way, a game. Godfist is actually a game.
That's just an absolutely insane game.
I'm sure
yeah.
Gmo caught on to that. It's weird to see it go from 43 to 85, though. Wow, it's kind of scary.
Yeah, this character makes no sense.
26 to 63. Jesus.
Yeah,
Alright,
me and
Mario
Rachel were
Mania.
talking about it briefly
Yeah.
about how like this unit paired up with like Ymir Asker, like that's already gonna be scary in like a Soren comp.
Oh yeah,
And then
imagine
he
giving
mentioned
Asker
Ira.
this with far save. He gets on special true DR, 20% defense true DR, DR piercing without having to use Spiral 4. He's a far save with pulse support. His bonfires are basically guaranteed.
He could afford to keep tempo in that case.
He can afford to keep tempo. Or run
you-
something different like Null Sea Disrupt if he
You
wants.
want you
Yeah,
want to know
okay.
something? I just realized this, and I'm actually really pissed off.
Yeah?
Look at her face. The smugness in that she's about to slap Emblem, who's a very powerful red unit.
Oh, also
They
the
also-
fact that she's
Oh
squatting
my
him.
god.
Wait,
They also
I didn't even.
dunked on
I didn't even
Emblem.
That
think
looks like she's about to slap
about
her.
that.
They dunked on Embla in the Fate channel, too. They just hate Embla these days.
Well, I mean, Embla. Lost.
Well, yeah, I mean, Emblem.
God, my God, I hate this. Okay, that's gonna be the thumbnail when I make one of these videos. All right. Anyways, I think that's a 10 out of 10 unit. For me, it's really hard to dispute this. The only thing that I would have wished she had was like, I don't know, distant counter built in, but then she would have been perfect. So I don't want her to literally be perfect, but yeah, this is
follow-up.
No follow-up,
Mobility
sure,
would've
but
been
it's
nice.
not the worst
Or
thing.
defensive no follow-up at the minimum. Or
I would have liked more
would
mobility,
probably
to
been
be
my
honest,
things.
but
Yeah,
Yeah.
very standard.
yeah. But I also gotta point out, Pledge being here already makes her incredibly good fodder. You could essentially get all her slots, so 10 out of 10 on fodder.
Oh yeah.
That's easy. Fits really well in a lot of teams. That's easy. Can be a complete carry unit. That's easy. Like, and of course, as a new legendary, she scores highly, so that's easy. By my criteria, there's nothing to fault her on, even though I don't like this idea.
Dragons which score higher.
Yeah,
I know.
yeah.
And melee units are not in a good place right now, like in the meta. But
Not generally. There's a reason why Nair saves tend to be off better, and it's just because there's not a lot of melee threats. I think Alear is definitely one of those steps towards making melee threats actually tangible, even if she's relatively limited mobility-wise.
All right. So let's sum it up to the final part. The rest of the banner is really good.
Blue sucks.
It's pretty solid.
It
But
really-
yeah, blue is not great. But the other colors got put in with some pretty good units, especially Rhea has really seen an uptick now that you can make her savior. She's
And also
insanely hard to kill.
the easiest fodder in the game if you need it.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah,
Not to
Collis is actually
mention
surprisingly
Tana.
good.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
Tana did not do
Spore.
good on her own banner, but as anybody who's played in summer duels and fought against Guidance 4, you know how stupidly annoying it is. So,
oh yeah.
arguably Guidance 4 is like the best skill in the game, along with Sorting Guidance for Inheritables.
Yep, I would not argue with that. And Ashera is Ashera, but the rest of colorless is good.
she could still surprise people with the damage output. But yeah,
Oh yeah, she's still not bad by any means. I just feel like there are other Astra
Compared to
mythics
the rest of the
that are more
color,
worth your time.
Okay.
Green
older
is,
and definitely more normal.
green is definitely crazy. Like,
Green is
and Robin.
unfair.
Yes, green is really good.
one of the
We
best
already knew Minion
refreshers.
and Robin would be here.
Extra turn
Great.
refresher. Legendary Robin, one of the best team heroes ever. And then, of course, our new hero, who is, I think we've, at minimum, 9 out of 10. So, yeah, there you go.
Yep.
And then Red is very, very strong as well. Cyrene is so... I haven't lost to another AI hero more than Cyrene as of late.
You debuffs your stats a lot. I felt like she was underrated. I talked to Legion to her about her a couple weeks ago. We were comparing her a bit. I kind of like her.
She can actually work. It's just there's not a lot of place for that kind of unit, as tanky and generally all-rounded as she is.
I think at a high
She's
investment,
underrated.
she's pretty incredible. But
Yeah.
that's just me.
Okay, well, Lucia, I think everyone knows why she's good.
Yeah,
I think she's starting to fall off.
she's showing.
Gambit
her
actually kind of
lack
helped her
of
out.
I was about to
I think you
say-
should not build her. I think we have 3 other god swords better than her. I think she's dog shit now. She's not a god sword anymore. She's dropped the sword. There you go.
Oh yeah. Let's just say that. She's the big problem with her is, unlike other god swords, she needs to be built because her base kit sucks.
Yep.
Life and
You
death
can
for
keep repel for it,
repel,
but that's about it.
and I'd still say Gambit's better. But yeah,
Oh yeah, definitely.
It is, but you can keep repel 4 and still be okay.
yes. And then even Tempest. But yeah, no, definitely Red's a strong color. I mean, even if you pull Lucia, you're not really losing, I'd say.
Okay. Nope. That's fair. All right. So then I think it's agreed. Green,
Absolutely best.
Absolutely best. Followed
red, or
by-
colorless? It depends on what you value, because
I would
Embla is really, really
say-
good.
I would
Emblem
probably
is-
say colorless.
Yeah, I have
The
to say
sum of
colors, too.
colorless is definitely
Okay,
stronger.
you stupid summer duel
Minimum.
players. Fine, Guidance 4 is more valuable.
Well, I like
mean,
Guidance
that's-
4 in any mode though too, and also an arcane unit. So.
I
got
like
Scout.
red more, because Embla's a waifu, and a much bigger waifu than anybody
but
else
Ta-
here.
Tana's
I
a
respect
waifu
it.
too.
Hana's not a waifu.
How rude.
She's a brocon. That's not a waifu anymore.
You
You lose You lose the right to be a waifu once you're Brokon.
That's Erica, though. Tana's always complaining about her brother.
Yeah, but she deals with it. She likes being abused.
Okay. Well, that took a turn I wasn't quite expecting.
Oh shit.
Okay, no one take that seriously. I always laugh when people say that shit. It's just like, man, she's in an abusive relationship. Why does she stay with that guy? And then there's always one guy's like, maybe she likes getting abused.
Freya is a Brokon.
Oh yeah,
So
Sugma
she's
and
no
Lightning
longer
actually have a
waifu.
good point.
Nim's side.
Freya's a Brokon, so...
Huh? Yeah, but I don't want to marry Freya. It's not gonna happen.
I see.
Talk about waifus, right? Freya's not a waifu. Come on.
A lot of people will tell you otherwise.
If you're
Okay,
Freya,
well,
then
a lot of
maybe.
people are cucks.
Yeah. I mean, name something that's more endemic to people in like North America than cuck stuff, right?
You're a cuck.
Wow, you got me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I got me, bro.
Insert the
You were
water.
talking
You
about. I
got
was like,
me.
dude, well, you were just asking me to say it. Ugh.
And then blue's the worst.
I wish you could play. I wish there was like a GIF player in the stream. I'd just play that Walter White GIF.
Isn't Freya Brokon? Yes, she is. But I would not consider her a waifu. Do you guys realize when you pick a girl who's already married and you're like, this is my waifu, you're... what are you doing?
I guess Freya's like in her mind, she's married to her brother.
What?
Uh-huh.
I was trying to relate what you said to... Okay, maybe you weren't talking about Freya with that married comment. But...
I don't think she views it that way either. Just so you know, when it comes to incest, they view it as closer than marriage, so she would not downgrade it to that.
Boy.
There you go. You guys learned something. If you didn't know that, why is incest such a
There
big
you
draw for
go.
people in incest? Because they view it as stronger than marriage.
Ah, okay, that's helpful information for any people who are into
Sorry, I had to educate Dex. He needs to learn.
Apparently, I love cuck stuff, but I also need to. I didn't know anything about it, so you see, that's how it goes.
What the heck? Okay, sure.
Well, because you were saying before that. Oh, never mind. You were calling me one, not saying that I was. Into
Yeah,
it. That's right.
There you go. You understand. Okay, Freya doesn't want to marry her brother. She just wants. Yeah, exactly. Like, no, in her mind, it's already close to the marriage. So there you go. All right. Is there anything else to talk about? Data mine tomorrow?
No.
Data mine is tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be.
Well, this will be interesting because we actually don't see the stats for once. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've had an autoscaler like that.
Oh man.
As long as I'm able to get Alir to 40 defense, I'm happy.
Wait, why? Oh, for
Because I'm gonna run
sword.
her and yeah.
Oh, okay. Chat.
And then-
Now that we've had that should be our next segment. Now that we had our Brave Heroes for a while, most impactful Brave Hero. Because I gotta say, the one I see the most is
think it's
Corrin.
hands down. Oh, it's Corrin? I was gonna say Soren.
I see
I
Corrin the
is-
most.
Corrin is one of the probably the most ubiquitous one.
Corrin is the
yeah.
easiest to recommend because she's just very easy to use and provides a lot.
No, Soren's the easiest to recommend. I lost to a level 29 Soren. He just stood there and he buffed the ally. That was it.
Well, yeah, but that ally has to be... It's like the Zane situation. You can have a level 1 Zane be God, but it depends on what the allies are doing.
I think Corrin, like everyone feels like has Corrin. Like I don't know what it is, but I fought so many people that had Corrin. I've seen her in arena.
Yeah, they saw her thick thighs and they couldn't help themselves.
they couldn't help themselves. But I'm gonna stick with Soren.
Yeah.
He's-
See, Fernie
he's
says
kinda
Corrin's all over the friends list. That's what I mean. I've seen more Corrins than anybody else, even though I think Soren's the most valuable of the characters. Speaking of which,
I have actually not seen a ton of Golbegs.
there you go. I was gonna say, who's the least common?
Where
Absolutely
where's
Golbeg.
Where's
Go
I
Vig.
think I've seen it on like one of my
at?
defense replays. But
Yeah,
that's about
I
it.
fear that all the predictions we had with Govig was correct,
Yeah,
which is to say, people weren't going to care and they're just going to fodder her.
yeah, she
Yeah.
became fodder fast.
She
She had
fell
the
into the
worst
gatekeeper
design.
thing.
IMO, she had the worst
Oh.
design, and then when you
Yep.
gave her such great fodder, and all she was just like, oh, this is a very powerful mage who does a lot of damage, then just stop. Right? Like, we have that.
The Gale Force is cool, but
The
like
Gale
it's
Force,
not
I do
neat,
like the
you
Gale.
know?
She is the only
That's true, we have Gale
mage
Force.
range flyer Gale Force. So that's still something at least.
I don't really know why you want it to be ranged, but yes, true.
There is value to range. I mean, speaking from
It's
an
the hit
Ethereal's
round
office
style.
perspective, sometimes you actually want to be able to Gale Force over walls, or maybe
Yeah.
on the mountain, like the
I've
desert
seen
mountain
more
map.
heroes use her weapon, or sorry, her A slot than her.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Well, it's
Yeah.
better.
I've personally been having a lot of fun with Goveg as a Gale Forcer thus far. Though, of course, it varies as to how much I need the range. Sometimes it's invaluable, sometimes it's
Yeah.
whatever.
I'm gonna be
But-
probably insightful about this too,
Yeah.
Oh.
in that I have not picked anyone, so I I have no personal experience.
Oh.
Congratulations.
So far, I've gotten Golvig naturally, and nobody else yet.
I have
So
gotten them all. In
I
some
think
way
we're
or
all
another
gonna get
eventually.
Govig naturally in the story.
In this
Ah,
story.
Yeah.
yeah.
And I can say that Soren is probably the one I've had the most fun with. He's just so fun to use. I've been using him with Har, and it's been really fun, especially because Har is it got his bonus timed perfectly. He just got access to Gambit, and now he's bonus in AR to Arena.
Well, I can't follow that measure because I don't have fun in this game. I'm kidding.
I think making any unit savior is fun. I used him with Har with Might of Myriads and SD with Soren and Corrin. Soren and both Robins. So Legendary and Brave Robin. And that was actually a lot of fun. Brave Robin is also not to be slept on. His warping is really, really useful.
Oh yeah, even in combat, Robin's gonna be quite solid. The thing that really intrigues me is still the cooldown acceleration on Rally Spectrum. But
it's
he's
a
definitely
good
not-
effect.
He's definitely not as straightforward. I mean, besides the fact that he's just another one to make a stat.
I thought you were gonna
bumpers.
say, well, that's because he's not straight. But go ahead.
That too.
He's
That too.
sideways forward. No, but I found this really interesting build that it wasn't actually used against me, but it was just someone I was looking at on a friends list who had a +10 Brave Robin that's Flash Sparrow Desperation 4, which is really interesting. You could make him a nuke, just warp in, and have him on his second hit proc Ignis, and they get counterattack, which I thought was really interesting.
He's using him with like Bernadetto. That'd be
Like Bernadetto.
I don't like how he keeps getting Ignis.
Yeah, it's a little
Because I don't know how I beat him without having some ways to prevent him from getting Ignis, which is to say,
Yeah, having freaking Ignis as a special of choice is just nuts if it
because
procs.
I feel like he literally killed Diamond. Because the idea with Diamond's like, I'm gonna get this big ass Ignis, and everything dies, and Robin comes around and is like, actually, I'm gonna get the bigger Ignis. So
I'm just gonna
screw
do
off.
more with it. I mean, Diamant still has the advantage of speed funny. Also, he can do other cool things like Gale Forcing and AoE looping. But definitely that immediate role of I'm gonna proc Bonfire immediately or Ignis immediately. That just got stolen right away.
Yeah.
Mhm. And plus, the support of Robin is just obviously you can never underestimate that.
Robin is the top
Incredible.
god sword for a reason. There's just so much more
Oh,
nuance.
you've decided he's top. I'm still haven't decided.
I think he is, and
Well,
it's
he's
mostly
He's
because
also
of my.
kind of an anti-god sword, but yeah.
It's mostly because of my general disdain for god swords as a super tank kind of class.
I think he's more
What the
support.
hell? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, he bore hybrid essentially.
The fact that he's more of an offensive angle to a god sword, and also the support obviously is invaluable, is kind of what puts me in favor with Robin.
I
as
still can't
opposed
tell.
to- it's definitely not clear cut, and obviously some people like you can't do what you do with Byleth with Robin.
Fjorm.
It's just not, or Fjorm. Just straight up can't. But
I haven't yet seen the matchups
Yeah?
between the God Swords, like one-on-one. I haven't seen that yet, so I can't make up my mind until I see that. If one continuously beats the other, then that's the best God Sword. Is how I would view it. I know not everyone's gonna see it that way, but like the God Sword versus God Sword matchup is so important.
It really is.
I think that's a fair way to look at it.
I mean, the only thing that kind of makes it a little awkward for Rodman against the other God Swords is that despite having a lot of stat buffs, he doesn't stat scale.
Yep.
Whereas Fjorm has 20% visible speed into speed, on top of having a very complete kit for speed stacking.
Yep, uses DC the best, and that's very valuable.
And of course, Phantom Speed on the preempt, even though Byleth keeps is relatively on par with Robin in speed, the Phantom Speed's probably going to be the thing that tips the edge.
Yep.
So definitely, I can understand that perspective. He's not quite a God Sword killer.
God Skiller.
Yeah,
I'm a God
he does not
Skiller.
quite have gamer God skills. Although I will say that Fjorm only has 10% DR plus 7 or plus 5, whatever it is. This burn means nothing.
But she takes so little damage, I don't even know how it works anymore. The map in this game doesn't even make sense to me anymore.
With Fjorm, I've seen her on AR offense, and she takes so little damage. I just can't believe like how much damage she reduces.
I can't believe they're allowing this, because I thought I had a team with a lot of damage. I'm just hitting like nothing on these heroes.
Yep. The support in this game is crazy. Like, you just keep stacking support units with a unit, and
Oh yeah, that's the thing with Ether Raids in particular.
Yeah,
So
I
support
want.
meta really shines.
I wanted to have that discussion, by the way. Chat, is Weapon Triangle dead? And somebody goes, "It's been dead for a long time. What are you talking about?" But it really, legitimately doesn't even matter anymore to me. Like, I don't care. I don't care.
I mean, they're showing it right here in the banner. They're like, "Hey,
Yeah, I know.
brave attacks."
It definitely feels like it, though.
You can be
To a
colorblind and play this
certain-
game. I think that's what they did. They want to make sure colorblind people felt good about this game, so they removed the Weapon Triangle. Don't worry about colors anymore, chat.
I think that Weapon Triangle mostly affects units who really, really worry about surviving above all else. They actually can get kind of screwed over or benefited by the Weapon Triangle, but otherwise, it's not nearly as impactful as it once was, I feel like.
20% is 20%, just to be clear. If you can overcome a 20% loss on your attack and 20% gain on the foes, it's not that big of a deal at the end of the day. Though it does, for example, like, most God Swords can't do diddly squat to a good blue near save.
Diddly squat.
Yeah, I love that.
Wow. Okay,
and even
you got
like,
it.
Yeah, even someone like Robin would get hard countered by a well-supported blue near save.
I
So
mean,
there is something there, but it's... And conversely, of course, a green near save is just doomed. But it definitely isn't like, if I don't follow the triangle, I'm doomed, like it was a long time ago. That I can agree with.
Yeah.
Unless your triangle adept.
It's a weapon suggestion now.
Yes. Yep. It's a minor setback.
I mean, like, in my head, Alear is gonna beat Brave Seliph. I think she'll beat him pretty easily too.
Oh, almost decisively, straight up. Like, the only way Seliph doesn't lose outright is if he somehow has enough res to not get one shot before the second shot comes through.
Yep.
So
And of course, he has to have guard, otherwise the special's on the first hit anyway, so she's gonna just kill.
Yep.
Yeah. What are you gonna say?
She's gonna make him feel like a. Never mind.
Okay.
Go on. Okay, never mind. Okay.
She's gonna put some hands on him and make him feel how it feels. Okay, anyways.
Oh, I see.
Nice.
If you really think about it, now weapon advantage is exactly what it promises, an advantage, no longer decisive lol.
Yes. Sure. Why are you guys balking me? Ugh. All right, shoot. I thought I had more topics than this. Go further into detail. I don't get it. Clueless, shut up.
Nah, figure
That
it
is
out.
what we call bait.
By the way, there was Vic got a piece of his art banned, removed from Faye Reddit, and I thought that was so funny because there's a lot of double standards on Faye Reddit chat. There really is. And the funniest thing is, apparently, it was the Self guy, the guy who commissions all the horny Self art that did it to him, which I got a laugh at.
The large say Self enjoyer.
Yeah, because you're the last one who should have the right to make any of these arguments. It's all like Faye Reddit, by the way, is the kind of place where if no one complains, they're not going to do anything. It's not, hey, we're following the rules. It's, hey, you complain, so we'll look at it. You know, it's not like actively enforced.
Yeah.
I should know this because they decided to remove AI art, but then I submitted AI art and it went through. So who cares?
If they don't know it's AI art, then it is.
If they don't know, they don't know, right? Like, and it's pretty obvious. People in the chat people in the comments were talking about being AI art, but of course, if nobody actually like puts it as reports it to mods, it doesn't really matter, right? Like that's how a lot of things are.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah, your AI Samurai is the only AI piece still up in that subnim.
We talk about how Ox not here.
Well, when is he ever
Hot.
here with any remote sense of timeliness?
It's funny. It's funny to me because you actually said something. Is it because I called you out today?
No.
Yeah, Abby, you were actually way better today, which was kind of funny.
Yeah, you said at least 5 sentences, which is 5 more than you usually do. I don't count impressions as sentences, by the way.
No.
You should have said no
I don't
in
either.
an impression.
Oh, I'll do it.
You should have done a Palpatine impression when you said no.
Oh god.
Moral of the story: Reddit is bad. It's not Reddit is bad. It's just, I mean, these guys are working for free, so I won't fault them that much. But it really does irk me to hear like all the double standards in this world.
Oh,
I'm okay with rules if everyone follows the same rules, but come on.
I mean,
we
you
know
could
the
argue
answer to
Reddit's
that.
bad from a platform standpoint because of the cool things.
Yeah, but it doesn't make the people on it bad.
No.
I think Reddit does get a little overhated sometimes because there's still.
Well, I don't think you get enough hate. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I think you provide the enough and then some, but I was gonna say Reddit is I don't know, like everyone stereotypes Reddit is like a bunch of like sweaty losers who have nothing better to do, and well, that's partially true. A lot of the people there.
I think Game Press is that.
Well, that's
Game Press is wasteland right now is what it is.
It's pretty dead, but
well,
Reddit
I'm glad they found things to do.
for once. There are a lot of genuinely like nice comment sections on Reddit, nice stuff on Reddit. It's just that the bad apples on Reddit get amplified a lot, and there are plenty of people who are just, I don't know, not using Reddit to its nicest potential.
Chat, which is the worst platform in terms of discourse you've seen? Twitter / X, Reddit, Game Press, or something else?
I feel like it has to be Twitter.
Twitter.
I
Yeah,
think
a large
Twitter.
part of why Reddit I don't feel that way. A, I just go there for the art, but also B, at least the downvotes basically make bad discourse invisible, unless you really want to dive into that.
That's true.
So
That's
I
true.
don't think it's there.
That's true. You must embed yourself with the rage if you want to.
Exactly. You see that minus 37, you're like,
do I really
Should
want to
I?
read this?
yes,
Yeah.
I do right now.
Yeah, the voting system, as much as it's and at least it buries really bad things usually. So
Yes, it generally works.
generally, yeah.
Of course, then you get those people like minus 40 for just not understanding what's going on in our chat. Of
Twitter
everybody
easily,
does.
yeah, worst takes. The worst thing about Twitter
Yeah.
is if they have a shit ass take, and then someone's gonna agree with them.
It does.
Yeah,
become a
exactly.
bit
It can get a
of
ton of
yeah.
likes, and it's not going to go. It's going to get unchallenged or virtually unchallenged.
Whereas on Reddit, it would just get buried. So
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's an echo chamber that perpetuates itself.
Yeah, or actually on Twitter, you can see some of the top replies will be, got barely any likes.
No, I'm serious. If one of you guys makes a Twitter account and you say all women belong in the kitchen, someone's gonna agree.
Yeah.
It might even trend. That's how stupid that site is.
Yeah, we'll go. Have you tried following 80%
no.
Oh my god.
It's quite the place that I'm glad I literally don't go to at all.
Yeah, I
The
just
only
pay
reason,
attention to
like,
art. Mm-hmm.
I go there only if A, Reddit links me to their art, or B, there's like 2 accounts I'll follow sometimes. Just so I make sure I get updates when I need them. That's it.
I've yet... I don't know. I read a recommendation that says you should be making 10 posts on social media a day. 10 a day. That's how you grow as a content creator. But I can't even read 10 posts to make 10 posts because it just it's just so fucking awful.
Across all, maybe, but that literally you'd have to be already in a position where you can't just be posting 10 things of nothing. Also, let's be
No.
clear.
Respond to things. Anything counts. Just anything on social media.
Interactions. I guess
anything.
still.
Yeah. It's really hard because
Yeah. That's fair.
I don't even buy that social media is good for a content creator.
It feels like a bit of a myth at this
That's how you
point.
get canceled.
Yep.
Well, that is true.
You get a social media platform so people can cancel you, so they know where to go when they want to cancel you.
Or you could just be like the most conscientious social media person ever and not say anything cancelable.
So what's your stance on the Ukraine and Russian war? And you answer, I like crayons. Somebody actually did that, by the way.
There could also be posts on. There can be posts on Twitter that are like. There's that infamous one that's the peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and the person's like, "Who remembers relating to having this as a kid?" And then the person underneath it is like, "This post is highly offensive to people who had peanut butter allergies or who had peanut allergies." And I think you really shouldn't be saying this. And it's just that's Twitter in a nutshell.
No one's allowed to have fun. I know. God damn.
Fun killers.
I wonder how Twitter ended up this way. Because it didn't feel like it was always this way.
Yeah, it got that way more over the years. I mean...
By the way, isn't Trump officially back on Twitter?
Well, he made one post. I don't think he's made any other ones.
Yeah, because he's in jail right now. What are you talking about?
Yep. Mugshot came out.
He's very much up. He only stayed. He was out of there in like 15 minutes. He was pretty quick out.
He surrendered himself.
He did, yeah, but it was all prearranged, so he could get out quickly, head back on the plane.
Yeah, and then Rudy Giuliani also did it, so that's hilarious.
Yeah.
Go to jail for a lawyer.
Was hilarious. Oh my god.
Oh, Trump's the way Trump looked at the camera was like with such great disdain. It's just like, I hate America.
He practiced that in the mirror. You just know it. Like he wanted to look that way.
Yeah, man.
That's right. We even have an emote.
The story goes that once Tumblr banned
trolling.
NSFW content, all the toxic Tumblr user flooded into Twitter and contaminated it.
Oh, that's true. Well,
and that there actually is some truth to that.
Yeah, that's a scary thing on Twitter. I'm afraid to follow people because people can repost some adult content and it just shows up on my feed, and then I get banned when I go over my Twitter.
The most annoying thing I think about Twitter is if you follow someone, they'll just be following some crazy nut job, and then that
and then it shows up
show
on your feed.
Yeah,
I hate that too.
Oh, it's terrible.
I didn't know I needed to hate all women, but thank you, Twitter.
Twitter will tell you what to do. And it's especially bad. You'll have someone who isn't even like a complete nut job, but they follow those people because they want to see them or they think they're weird or entertaining or something. And so you get someone who's just crazy, but you find him anyway because someone's just following him. It's bad. It's bad.
Yeah. Ugh. Hey, Artster, it's been a while. I finally caught a stream. Yeah, dude, what the heck? What happened to you? It's okay. You have a better excuse than this dude.
Been busy with uni. Aren't we all?
Fartster? What? Why are you thinking of playing Arthur? He's precious. Ugh. Oh yeah, it's end of August. People are going back to school. How do you guys feel about going back to school?
I don't know how to feel about being the end of August. Jeez.
Yeah,
It
summer's
feels
already
like it's gone
over.
by fast. Yeah, I go back.
The
in a
one
week
thing I liked
or
about the
a
summer
day.
was it wasn't ultra hot. It was only ultra hot like a couple of days.
Yeah, it was a weird summer.
Yeah, thank
you
God
got-
for
a
global
lot of rain
cooling.
around here. Ice rat. Gotta love your global cooling. Global warming. The conspiracy is over. It's all global cooling now.
Why is BC constantly on fire? Blame America.
That's a good catch.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Kafka. Wait, what about Kafka?
Kafka.
Oh, also, I want to ask you guys, what do you guys think of the story thus far? Been something.
Ooh, it's trippy. I mean, it's finally starting to make sense, which, you know...
It's making sense to you? Okay.
At least they're starting to actually explain what's going on.
The logic does not make sense to me, that's the problem.
It is the time travel logic always falls into this. Unless a writer manages to wrap it up really well, it always falls into this weird.
You cannot. By the way, it's a rule in time travel to not do time travel unless you explain the time travel, and they have not explained the time travel.
Enough. They're going to save it for the very last chapter where they're going to give a half-assed explanation of, well,
Yeah,
it was
it's
actually
just
this.
magic, man. It's just magic. You know, you can do whatever you want with magic. It's magic. Do you know
And they'll
magic?
save-
You can do anything with magic.
Exactly.
Magic.
And they'll save Golbeck's motivations for the final chapter 2, and they'll be like, but all this time she was really trying to help us or save us or
Oh
do
yeah, she's
something,
the
and then she'll
tragic
just die.
heroine. She's the tragic
Yeah.
heroine. Yeah.
And then she'll die going, I just wanted to save you all. And then she dies, and we're like, oh man, if only we could have known about this earlier and saved her. Or maybe it'll be like E-Tree.
Steins Gate has the best time travel because they explain everything, like string theory and like they actually went over the theories. Faye does not do any such thing, so that's why
Even
the time travel
Awakening
sucks.
does like an okay job with it. It's a little topsy-turvy still, but it's not terrible. It's okay. Faye is Faye.
In Fire Emblem Heroes, you hope it makes sense by the end of it. You pray, in fact.
You just cross your fingers and go, if it makes sense at the end, then mission accomplished.
I'm 4 parallel dimensions ahead of you.
That's Golvig in a nutshell right now. She's basically just
man.
saying, I'm ahead of you. I am unbeatable.
I can't wait until we get that bullshit where we beat her somehow, even though she's literally the goddess of time.
It'll probably come down to something. It'll probably come down to Sather doing something with her time stuff that like unwinds herself or something. I don't know.
You know, I think what they're gonna do is a tragic end. Maybe they might try it, honestly, where Sether just like, you know, sacrifices herself so Goveg never exists.
Yeah.
But they want all the characters to come back for Forging Bonds, though.
No, they're gonna bring her back in Tempest Trials to just randomly show up. Oh, you thought I was
see,
dead?
yeah.
No, it's my clone.
There were actually 2 copies. There was one copy that was Golveg, and the other copy didn't become Golveg.
Right. I hate when time chat. You know, this is a trope in time travel movies where the main hero dies and all they do is time travel to another dimension and take the main hero in another dimension and move them to this dimension. So they live everyone lives happily ever after except for the main hero who died sacrificing himself to save the world.
Yeah.
That actually happens. What was that Tom Cruise time travel movie, sci-fi movie?
Oh,
it happens in that one.
Yeah, the one with Emily Blunt, right? Is that
no.
Oh, Edge of Tomorrow.
It's not Edge of Tomorrow.
Oh.
Edge of Tomorrow's
there might be another one.
Edge of Tomorrow's it does loop, but it's not a true loop because it's
yeah, it's right the same day over and over.
Yeah.
I think there may be another one. Which one?
I'll show a timeline where Bernie wins the vote. But we came into Summoner and go like bashing Bernie's face off stage with giant chest. It was a big bump. Yeah, that's literally the meme, isn't it? There's a meme of that.
I immediately find.
I think it was called Elysium or something, or there's something.
Elysium?
Elysium.
No, never mind. I think that was Matt Damon. It is one of those words. They like using like fancy Greek words, and they're like, "Oh, we'll make a movie and just name it that."
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna take a look. Chat, who's your favorite movie actor?
That's a good question, actually.
It's Oblivion. It's called Oblivion.
Oh, Oblivion. Okay.
Yeah, in Oblivion, spoiler alert, he dies, but he doesn't really die because there's multiple versions of himself. So there you go. I hate those cop outs, man. It's so bad.
Dun, dun.
You get the hero's death moment, and then you still get the happy ending, and that's the way. It's a Hollywood movie, chat. Nothing bad ever happens. Come on.
Yep.
Unless they take a real risk, they're usually going to err on the side of caution.
So he dies, but there are no real consequences. Story-wise, the actual he plays the character called Jack. The actual Jack is dead, though.
Lol.
Oh, you know, I would say Bryan Cranston is probably one of my favorite actors. I really like him.
Bryan Cranston, the guy who am I thinking the right person?
Walter White.
Walter White, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did Malcolm in the Middle as well, some stuff on Seinfeld.
That's surprising because I only remember him from two things, right? Like
yeah, to be fair, he's mostly known for
yeah.
Yeah. I like Samuel L. Jackson a lot too. Kind of a normie pick, I know. But...
How many of his stuff have you watched? Most people, whenever someone says that, I check them. What's your favorite 3 favorite movies from Samuel L. Jackson?
To be fair, I've only seen him in the Marvel stuff, and there's one other thing that I've seen him in. I can't remember what it.
You're
check his.
Telling me you haven't seen him in the original Star Wars prequel trilogy?
Oh no, that's right. I have. Well, I haven't actually.
You're not gonna name him like his most famous film?
I haven't seen Pulp Fiction. Okay.
No, his most famous film is Snakes on the Plane. On a plane.
Of course. I hadn't.
Get these motherfucking snakes off this motherfucking
plane. Hold on. Let me.
Classic.
I know there was one movie that I really liked with his performance. I can't remember the exact name of it. Beyond the Marvel movies that he appears in as Nick Fury.
What the hell? How can you say he's your favorite actor and can't name 3 films? This is so weird.
I don't have one favorite
3
actor,
films.
He's one of my favorites. And it's partially because I've seen him in snippets of other stuff, and also just his personal side as an actor, or as a person. I mean.
I like him in Django Unchained when he was, where he had to play the servant of a slaver, but then he just hates black people in there, so so it's just a giant contradiction. I like that one too.
I love that. Let's see. Huh. Yeah, really. It's weird.
It's like you guys ever watch Boondocks? Uncle Ruckus, right? Like he's black, but he hates black people, and he believes in white supremacy.
There's such a thing as people who believe that.
That's so. I know it's satire and it's a joke, but like I really want to see if that ever actually happens.
You can look at American politicians and you'll find plenty of that.
Because I feel like it'd be such a hilariously bad moment in history. Like, imagine a black man joins the Ku Klux Klan.
Well, isn't that what the whole Spike Lee thing was based on?
Yeah.
With Adam Driver and yeah.
Right. Like, that's really fucking funny. But like, it's because if you think about it, it's just like, wait a sec, does that make them racist or less racist? Is this about more racism or less racism? You know, it's so confusing.
There's the whole joke about slugs for salt, and what is it?
Yeah, it's a revitaligo. Yeah, Uncle Ruckus. Oh man, revitaligo. That sucks. It's the reverse of what Michael Jackson has, right?
Oh right, yeah. Oh, and there's the whole joke about leopards eating people's faces party. Yeah. What is that from again?
Man. Did you know you can watch the Boondocks on YouTube? It's not copyrighted for some reason.
Oh.
Oh,
I don't know that. That's
Yeah, there's also recently I checked out there's a Japanese film that's also not anime film from 2017 that's also not copyrighted. I actually want to watch it with you guys sometime. The storyline: America fucks up the world.
So it's just every other story.
Yeah, I know. Damn it, America. Why you gotta do this?
Damn it.
No, but it's really good because it has like futuristic soldiers, sci-fi, has a good plot there as well. Essentially, they're trying to catch a American double agent who defected, and he's causing wars. But then you later on find out like, oh wait a second, it's not as clear cut as we thought. He might not, in fact, might not be a terrorist. He might be actually the good guy, and then you gotta like watch through this entire thing to find out.
It sounds.
And of course, they made it edgy. Like they have to fight a warlord. The warlord uses child soldiers, so you watch these American special forces kill child soldiers. And you're like, wow, this is realistic, yeah. You know, the kids, the way they explode, just not the same as everybody else. when the heavy machine gun rounds rip through their bodies.
Oh no.
But yeah, it's super gritty. Obviously, they didn't have to do that. They could have just been like, well, actually, this world had all adults fighting for him. But they wanted to be edgy about it.
They wanted to be graphic.
Oh boy. I think it's called something Oregon. Oh man, I was reading up on it yesterday. I was like, okay, I'm definitely gonna watch it with you guys. Oh boy. Oh shoot. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, if the data mine tomorrow chat is late, I might just do it the following day. I don't want to stay up late for data mines anymore.
Yeah,
but then again,
fair.
it's 1 hero, so it might not be so bad.
Yeah,
probably
little
pretty
just the stats. The big stuff is when we get the refines.
Obama joins the KKK. What the fuck? That's the greatest inside job ever. Then.
I'm just reading an AI dialogue, the AI prompt. That.
Sometimes
Actually-
Orchurion reads a little bit like an AI.
Man,
Oh,
I
Not
realized
gonna
most of my
lie,
chat,
yeah.
most of the people who talk are weird.
Yeah. What does that say about the streamer?
Perhaps.
But
I've done nothing wrong.
Not everybody, right? No.
I've done nothing wrong. Totally exonerated.
I didn't do it.
Yeah, I'm like that one kid in the Polar Express.
Yo, that's.
I did
Put his
everything
stick of gum
right.
in his
in
sister's
I
hair.
didn't do it.
Put him on the check twice list next year. I'm actually gonna head out early, than
Okay.
normal, because I'm exhausted. Been doing a lot of walking these past couple weekends and a lot of stuff, so I'm just
I wonder why.
Walking?
What could have
Pokemon?
caused you
Is
to
it for
walk so
Pokemon?
much?
Yeah.
Wow.
I've done like 100k of walking the past 2 weekends alone.
Oh god, that sounds torturous. I could never do that.
So, how does this
Yeah.
help with Pokemon again?
Gotta catch them all.
Being able to do raids, the
Shinies.
social aspect, shinies, shiny hundo.
Gotta get those perfect IVs.
Have you been making friends with this?
Yeah, actually, I'm.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
That was a meme.
Congrats.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of a meme, but also you can technically.
I mean, not in the New York City one because what?
Well, yeah, that.
I'm not gonna see them again, but when I do the local one, yeah. I
Oh my
found
God.
a nice place where I can kind of go around.
Okay, well I can
walk
respect it
around
then.
Yeah, I try to use the social aspect of the game. And I
It's
even had,
like
a
It's like a remainder from the 3DS era where Nintendo still cared about you making friends.
right. That
Free
basically
pass
is what
where?
Pokemon Go feels like. It's like
Yep.
the last shred of pure social Nintendo.
Yes.
Yeah, and you know what? It works
Yes.
for what it's worth. But it is also very exhausting, and I need to keep covering my sleep.
All right.
So have a good night, everybody.
Night night.
And I will see
Jen.
you
Good
guys
night.
tomorrow, most likely, maybe, possibly. We'll see.
Perhaps. We shall
Perhaps.
see.
All right. Have a good one.
Yep.
I forgot to ask because I have to summon soon. I'm deciding whether to go because I didn't think this was gonna be at the same time. Go for Young Hexer to do a perfect Edelgard, or go for Black Knight for a Murdoch, a perfect Murdoch.
Ooh.
I do not know what to pick because on one
Well,
hand
Edelgard is-
the bump in scoring matters, but
Yeah, well, scoring versus general use. Yeah.
Murdoch is not a waifu. I would like to point that out before this gets confusing for you two.
Murdoch is a cool guy, though.
I think I'd lean Edelgard, honestly.
Because the Murdoch has Special Fighter 3, so you could just Special Fighter 4 far save on him.
Yeah, Winter Black Knight is perfect for him.
If I had to choose, that's tough. If I didn't have any other arena options, I'd definitely probably have to go Murdoch.
Because obviously, if I ever get the choice, I would go Edelgard over Murdoch, because Edelgard's teleportation makes her a lot easier to use.
Oh, yeah, and also just a lot of stats and slaying and all that, so. Guard, and yeah.
And I'm also supposed to be a casual now, so should I really
Well, yeah, if you're a
ruled by
casual,
the meta?
you don't need to
Go
chase
Edelgard.
the arena scoring.
Screw it.
Because originally I thought I could go for both, but then Young Hector just showed up out of nowhere. You're like, surprise, mother effer! You gotta go for me now.
Some fries. I was gonna say the whole thing, but I can't.
This Alear looks no different. Why? Because they were lazy with the design.
They were lazy in Engage's design for this, and they decided we'll carry that over. So.
Yeah. Who needs to be original or different?
Not Fire Emblem, not Incest.
Okay, chat. Who has the best incest relationship in Fire Emblem? Let me know.
Oh no.
I meant to say int-sys, like intelligent systems, but yeah.
You cracked open an egg.
Seliph and Julia for real?
The best incest relationship? I don't know, maybe Erica and Ephraim?
But I don't like that one because I always like Leon with F.
The classic.
They're like starstruck lovers.
Oh, I guess actually my I guess Alear and Nell is technically the best incest relationship.
Who's that?
Korna and Zura. That's not truly incest. They're like cousins. If you go down south far enough, it's legal.
That's right. Except in Alabama, it actually is illegal.
Yeah, I always crack up about that. Why does everyone joke about Alabama? You're actually not allowed to do any of that stuff in Alabama.
They probably got tired of the stereotype and were like, you know what? We're just gonna not have that perpetuate.
Ban that shit. Get it out of there.
But yeah, no, for me, it's Alira Nell, hands down.
Who's Nell?
She's an engaged DLC girl.
Oh, it's her. Oh, I know who that is.
And you actually can get pretty close to, like, you can get a love declaration from her and engaged, even though she's, they justify it because you technically have the same parent, but you're from a different, but the parents from a different world. So like, well, you know.
I don't think that's how incest works.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure chromosomes still fuck you over here.
Yeah, it's a very flimsy explanation. Both her and her brother think of romance fully, and they say they love you, and it's yeah. Engage decided the DLC we added incest.
Ah yes, that's my favorite DLC, incest LC.
Yeah, the incest expansion pack.
The true Fire Emblem experience.
That's right. Yeah, you want the true Fire Emblem experience? Buy the DLC.
Wait a sec. Is that true? Is that the only Fire Emblem game without like fundamental incest? There's always some kind of incest in Fire Emblem chat. It's like
I'm trying to think.
It's like a thing.
I don't think Awakening has. Well, the Awakening has. I guess you can quote unquote marry up cousins, but they'll be listed as companions instead of wife and husband.
Can't you marry your time traveling daughter wife as? And also I want to bring this out. Chrom and Lucina absolutely could have been an incest relationship if they just never figured this shit out, or at least Chrom, because Chrom didn't seem to figure it out early enough.
It's technically true, yeah. I guess Fire Emblem 7, I don't think has any incest stuff in it, or any incest hints. Nor does Fire Emblem 9?
So you like incest and FE? Let's all incest and FE. No, I don't. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like it's part of the fundamental Fire Emblem experience. Child soldiers, fundamental Fire Emblem experience. You lose your kingdom and you gotta retake it, fundamental Fire Emblem experience. Incest, fundamental Fire Emblem experience.
Yep.
Leaves chat Tanuki TV. I don't know how to turn that off. I don't want to know who comes in and out of my chat. Zero has won. I'm weak. What do you mean Zero has won?
I guess Infrared was trying to resist the late night snack, but could not any longer.
Why would you eat cereal at night? The hell? Make
Some
ramen
people
or
do
something.
that. I don't really know why. I guess it's.
If I wasn't lactose intolerant, I probably would. If I skipped dinner like tonight.
Did you just have lactate cereal? Like cereal with lactate.
Well, you should curse yourself for being born subhuman.
Wow. All for not having that one lactose enzyme. He's subhuman.
You know, being Asian, it cracks me up because they're like Asians are all Asians are like lactose intolerant or something. Like, and then I don't understand that.
I used to not be. It's really weird, actually.
Oh, you developed it? Well, that's even worse. Did someone curse you? The cheese god cursed you.
I have something that's probably more like a milk allergy because I've tried lactate and it has the same effect.
Wait, you both have this issue? What?
No, I have a different issue because lactose isn't my problem. I always get a runny nose after having a lot of dairy.
What the fuck? What?
That's
weird. It's weird. It's not a lactose allergy. It's apparently more likely a milk allergy, and I may grow out of it.
I thought lactose and milk were the same thing for the allergies.
The lactose is in milk, but sometimes milk allergies are different. So I learned that.
So you can have cheese then.
No, because it's
then
still
you're
something
lactose.
in milk.
What the hell? What is the difference?
It's still something in milk and dairy, but it's not the lactose component specifically. It's
okay.
Let me find it again.
He's coping.
Yeah, I don't really see the difference. In
I looked at
effect,
this
it's the
on
same
Mayo
thing.
Clinic, okay?
It's like arguing. It's like arguing you don't have erectile dysfunction and you just have a small penis instead.
It's an atypical immune system response to milk and pregnancy.
Oh no!
What even is the difference?
I don't know, but it doesn't.
It doesn't work out anyways.
Okay, well let me look at the difference. Oh, I see. Okay, an immune reaction causes dairy allergy, and a lack of the enzyme lactase causes lactose intolerance. That's the difference.
Okay.
So, and whereas you just don't have an enzyme, whereas for me, my immune system is like slightly acting up towards milk.
I see.
I don't understand why that matters. You have the same issue.
It's technically the symptoms can be different though. Like I don't have like a really upset stomach when I have milk or anything.
Okay, so do you have a lot of milk?
Yeah, quite a bit actually.
Oh, okay.
I deal with the runny nose. It usually only lasts for like 5
I always
minutes.
laugh because I had my coworker was lactose intolerant, and then whenever we went for lunch and they had like lasagna and the lasagna looked so good, he has to make a sacrifice.
Yep.
Oof. That probably did not feel good later that day.
Yeah, he just has to be very smelly for the rest of the day.
Ugh. Oh god. Huh.
It's terrible because a lot of my family like loves Italian food, and I grew up eating that, and now it's like, oh man, lasagna, really good shit.
Did you get cursed? What the heck? I don't even know how
I
you
feel like
develop
I
this stuff.
did. No, it's terrible.
That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, how do you develop it?
I don't even know how that happened. I might.
Yeah, and I also didn't have this with milk until the last 4 years, I want to say, or so. So it's hopefully it'll go away. But
Hopefully I'll be human again. Yeah, I understand.
yes, I mean human because my runny nose after I have lots of dairy is
Man, on top of that, I have really bad allergies, so I'm just completely screwed over.
Well, at least I can say I'm allergy free aside from that. So.
I'm allergic to grass too. Like how? Like,
Oh,
what?
God.
Wait, are you being serious right now?
I'm being dead ass.
So when someone says touch grass, you're like, that will kill me.
I'm like,
sorry, that's I can't do that. That's not in my vocabulary.
So if I say, hey, touch grass, I'm really saying, hey, kill yourself.
And make yourself very sick and go to the ER.
And then I had to work that job like outside and all that.
Wait, yeah, didn't you work outside?
That's actually so funny. People will tell you to touch grass, and you're like, literally, like, you're incapable of touching. You can literally say, I'm incapable of touching grass.
Do you put this on your resume? It's like, hey, I'm applying for a park job, and I can't touch grass.
No, I just dealt with it. I just like took the meds during that and just power through.
Okay,
I don't know how I did that.
You should absolutely lie about that.
I definitely would not have got a job if I was like, this is a really big problem, you know?
Yeah, it's like, I'm signing up to be a ball boy. I'm not gonna write that I don't have hands.
There's a will, there's a way.
Yeah, once they hire you, they can't get reviews. Like, ball boy fired over handicap is the news headline, and everyone's like outraged, and then realize, wait a sec, because he has no hands.
He has no hands. He cannot do it.
The funny thing is, once people see you do that, like, oh, we can't remove him now. Like, look how hard he's trying.
Yeah, no. That happened at my old job where we had this there was an autistic dude, and he was trying his best, like, bless his heart, but it was rough. It was rough.
Yeah.
Don't deal with those situations.
And since the company had like a no discrimination policy, they had to keep him.
Well, they don't have to keep him. They can fire him.
Yeah.
If they accept a lawsuit coming afterwards.
And the way that job was, they were not. They didn't want to do that. Yo, I can get Ross to have 93 HP. Lord.
The other day I was thinking like where my life would be if I didn't play Fae or stream Fae. Because I was in a committed long-term relationship too, so there was a chance. Oh man, we had this talk earlier in the stream about how easily your life could change over the smallest things, like Destiny and Fate and whatnot.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You could say hi to someone and that could just change everything.
Yeah. I could have never met you, Dex, and I would have been happy.
Well, to be fair, that was, I mean, my ultimate choice to come to stream was a long time coming, so.
Yeah. I should have known. That day when you fucked up the Rhea data, I should have known.
Wait, the day where I fucked up the what?
The Rhea data mine.
Oh, Saros.
Saros.
Yeah.
I was there.
That January. Wait, you were there?
I was in chat.
Oh wow.
That was what was that? January 2020? Or wait, no, January 2021, right?
How should I remember this date? I hated it.
I don't remember.
Oh boy.
Oh joy. The good old days of vendettas and grudges.
Vendettas and grudges? What the fuck?
I'm being tongue-in-cheek.
Uh-huh. Oh man. We really have to start recruiting for stream guests.
I have all the stuff all set up. It's all there. Ready.
Yeah, I also need one of the people to set up the bot. It's so stupid. I can't find time for any of these things.
Oof.
The other thing
goodbye to Oct.
The other thing I need to set up is a running schedule so you guys know what happens throughout the week.
That would also help, yeah.
That would be amazing.
I'm trying to be better content creator, but it's so fucking hard.
Yeah.
Life is hard. Content creation is also hard.
Well, I know what to do, I just don't have the energy for it, which is the shitty part.
Yep. I can relate.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention this. My at work, my vacation time is glitched.
Oh no.
In a good or a bad way?
In a good way.
Oh, never mind.
I was figuring basically you're trying to avoid the problem.
So
good, but...
I checked the vacation day because I'm taking my road test to renew my license on Friday, so I had to like take the day off. So I checked. So they gave me 8 hours for my birthday. So that's really nice. That company gives you 8 hours for your birthday. That's awesome. You don't have to do that. I get 40 hours a year for sick leave, and then I get a vacation time.
Mm-hmm.
I have 2,400 hours on vacation time.
Oh.
What?
Okay.
They definitely meant 240, not 2,400. There's an extra zero on it.
Oh shit.
What the fuck? Chat. That's 100 days of vacation time.
Hey,
now,
yo.
for me to take time off, I have to get it approved, but still, that's a hell of an issue. Like, how'd you screw up that much?
They put one more zero to that. There we go.
It's supposed to be 240 hours, not 2,400 hours.
Yeah, I don't know how they messed that up. Someone was not paying attention.
But yeah, I can't possibly take that much time off. They'd be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, no. They'd get suspicious.
Yeah. But it's still funny that like they have that error in there. I wonder what happens if I ever leave the company, because they'll pay you out for the remaining vacation days. So am I getting 100 days extra?
Oh, yeah. I think they would notice at that point.
I think they would notice, yeah. If they don't notice, that'd be so funny. I'm not gonna say anything.
Yeah, might as well, right?
But yeah, I was worried because it's like, man. Well, they did send me an email recently where they said like, because I've worked the company for a year, they increased my vacation from 2 weeks to 3 weeks, so that was really awesome. But yeah, I didn't really check until now, and then I see that no, they gave me 100 days. That's great.
Hopefully they don't notice.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, I would love to know what would happen. Oh, but
maybe used it like sparingly, maybe.
I do want to take time off. I just don't know. If I took time off, I'd just be using it to stream more, which, no offense to you guys, feels really fucking stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Like, imagine given the opportunity to do anything with your time, and you're like, you know, I'll just stream more. I don't know, that doesn't feel right to me.
Yeah.
But
You're
at the
not
same
really
time,
taking
there's
time
nowhere.
off.
Right, it doesn't really feel like taking time off. And at the same time, I don't really know what else I want to do with my time.
Yeah.
Chat, if you could take 2 weeks off, what would you use it on? Because if you say stay home and play video games...
No, that's
man.
lame.
That's lame.
Don't do that. I think if I had 2 weeks, I would go finally meet my friend that I've been wanting to meet in person, and go karting and maybe do a bunch of fun stuff.
Yeah, I should track down Dex and kill him. You're right.
Well, that would take an international drive or whatnot.
What? Why would I
2 weeks is
try?
plenty of
That's how you get
time.
caught easier. What the hell?
Well,
I'm pretty... Okay.
who knows what method of travel you prefer?
I prefer the one
Using
that...
a bike.
that doesn't leave you... Yeah, use a bike or something.
Bike.
That's the ultimate cover-up.
Oh yeah.
Judge,
that's
he
right.
wasn't the one who killed him. He was biking.
How could someone biking possibly go all this way to kill
He
him?
had announced he was going on a great biking trip around America.
Exactly. It was a perfect alibi, Your Honor. I don't understand why you could think my client has any role in this.
By the way, I was watching another video about a person who killed their mom today. Not that I have any idea of such things. But it cracked me up because like they suspected him because they tracked his cell phone data. So chat, remember, if you're going to kill someone, turn off your cell phones or leave it at home.
There
Because
was
they're like,
someone that got tracked down because the Switch. I think it was for a child abduction.
oh shoot, yeah, because these things ping. They
Yeah.
ping off of signals, so.
Which was a huge W for Nintendo.
Do they even care? I don't think they even acknowledge things like this.
They probably don't care. As
I
long as
think-
it doesn't hurt their bottom line, they're okay with it.
I don't remember the whole story, but I think they were involved. Like they were able to call Nintendo and they were able to track the Switch at the person's house.
Ah, that's
because
good.
They took it with, for some reason, they let her take it with her to play it. I don't know. That's
Yeah, electronics are like that. Because the guy's alibi was that he was taking a nap when his mom got killed, and then the cell phone said he was moving around. So they're like, okay, that doesn't make sense. And then they suspected him. And then they found the murder weapon and everything else later on.
got his ass.
I like how Andre's asking what airplane mode is. Airplane mode is when you turn it on, your phone flies away. That's airplane mode.
That's
I
right. And it takes
I
a
usually
little trip around. Uses a lot
Right.
of fuel, actually.
Yeah, I usually keep it off because I need my phone, but sometimes I'm like, yeah, my phone has earned some time away from me. It's earned some outside time, you know. So I turn on airplane mode, it just flies around and has some fun.
Yeah, experts recommend allowing your phone to get some exercise every day.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't coop it up, right? Like, they have rights, you know. They can't work 24 hours. They gotta, even prisoners can go outside like 1 hour a day, right? So.
Yeah, phones have got to have the same rights as prisoners, at least.
Yeah. Flies off to heaven.
I feel like that's what would happen if your phone followed you when you died.
No point, guys. Someone actually
Assume
told
you would
him.
go to heaven.
Sometimes he doesn't read right, so should still try it.
Might as well.
Earlier today, I swear I talked to someone who was schizo. Like,
Glitched?
no, not glitched.
that's the one we all know. That's a
Yeah.
new person, I'm sure. Yeah.
It's really sad, man. Because it was like, I would say one point, and he would just ramble about something. It was on the internet, by the way. He would just ramble on about another point entirely. I'm like, and then there was one time where I literally said, I don't think you can read. And he just kept talking about the same thing in the next comment. I was like, what the fuck? This guy is definitely not even, listening.
Long gone.
It was on the topic. I don't know if you guys were listening. Like, there's been some disagreements, There's this Olympic runner from America. He said, "You're not world champions because you didn't win anything in the world, right? Like, why are they calling themselves world champions?"
Oh, is that the whole
Yeah.
NBA thing?
Yeah, the NBA thing.
Yeah,
I agree with that because, like, if you win the NBA championship and you say you're NBA champions, no one will disagree with you. Likewise,
Or
if
national
you
champions. Yeah.
right, likewise, if you win the FIBA World Cup and then you say you're world champions, no one would disagree with you. You've earned it. But why do Americans or anybody would actually believe winning the NBA championship means you've won the world championships? And I've heard all sorts of nonsense like, you know, hey, this is the highest level competition. It's higher level competition than the world competition. So winning this means you're the best in the world, right? Like some people think that makes sense because they probably never competed a day in their lives. Because the reality is
America-centric way to.
Yeah, it's very America-centric, right? Because they're like, they don't understand. Would've, could've, should've doesn't matter in competitions. You either you won or you didn't win, you know? So you can't say I was gonna win this thing even though you didn't do anything. Like even though you didn't compete in it, right?
Yeah,
that's not how it works.
You have to actually do it.
You have to actually do it. And even if you argue that, even if you believe in that nonsense, like imagine I won the tennis tournament, regional tennis tournament. I can't just show up to my local tennis tournament and say, "Give me the gold medal." I beat better guys. That means I would win this too, right? Like,
yeah, it's very silly because their argument basically boils down to like, well, the U.S. has the best players in the world, so technically that means it must be the world. Like this is where the best players kind of be. Okay, but you don't know what you can't say unless it's actually inviting all the people from the world to compete.
Right.
What it would be. It's just silly. I remember hearing this controversy, and I had the same take on this controversy. It's very silly.
I don't even understand why it's a controversy because
it shouldn't be. It's very.
He's an Olympic champion, so he can say that because the Olympics is everybody in the world is competing. That's fair.
Yeah.
If he wants to say he's a world champion, he is a world champion. But yeah, it's nonsensical. I don't even. It must be slow days in America, right? Like to have these arguments.
Well, you would think, but there's always something going on in the news over here. So.
Yeah, it's just fundamental. It's just if you win a competition for something, you've won the competition for that thing and that thing only. It doesn't automatically mental gymnastic into everything else. That's. But for some reason, people see things like that. I hate when people do that. Like if A beats B and B beats C, that means A beats C. Like it's not how competitions work. Let's see. Because Americans think they are the world. That's also true. That's very American-centric. Do you want to know something? When I was growing up, the amount of Americans saying we're number one was preposterous. Like, you could show up to any sporting event, and Americans would just start chanting we're number one, or America, or like USA, USA, like all those chants. Yeah, and I think as of recently, Americans stopped doing that because then they look at statistics like, oh, hey, you're not number one in math, science, sports, various sports like.
And Edelgard beat Rhea. That means that if Dimitri beats Edelgard, then he's as powerful as a nuclear smug.
So
Sugma calling up on that death battle between Dimitri and it's nonsense. Dimitri and Guts.
Oh yeah, here we go again.
The power scaling argument is.
The power scaling shit is just such nonsense. I don't understand why they do that shit.
I actually saw something Stan Lee, he did a mini rant on it, and he basically his response he hammed it up a bit, but basically he said, whoever wins, stop telling me to do who would win, Spider-Man or Batman or yada yada yada, because whoever wins is whoever the writers want to win, and that's just always how it goes. If the writer wants to find a reason for Superman to beat Batman, he will, and if the writer wants a reason for the opposite to happen, they will. It's just up to the writer, and sure, that's a little reductive, but ultimately he's not wrong. So
it's also the fact that competition doesn't work that way. just because I beat you today doesn't mean I'll always beat you.
Yeah.
And while I think I would always beat you in everything you ever do in your entire life, there is a chance I might be wrong on it. I would actually.
I feel there is a chance. No.
Nah, there's no chance of it. What am I talking about? I take this point back.
Hey, I'm better at living in America than you are.
Yeah,
I can say that for a fact.
We gotta go the hard definition because I live in Canada, not no one calls it America.
Yeah, I'm better at living in the United States of America than you are.
Okay.
That I can say for sure.
And then I moved to America in the near future, and then you can't say that anymore.
then I'm better at living in my state than you are. Then I'm better at living in my house than you are.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. If you make it small enough, yeah, you can eventually say that. Yeah, but it's just such stupidity. Oh man.
Oh, that's kind of the.
Again, it's people who've never competed who think this way. If you've ever competed, you realize, hey, just because I beat this guy one time doesn't mean I'm gonna beat him a second time.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's why they do in competitions. They do the whole point of doing best of whatever is so that one person can't just win once and then go, okay, I'm the best.
Yeah.
Wrap it up, folks. Yeah.
Dimitri Soul's Berserk verse, yeah. God, I wanted to make a video about that, but I was like so tired. And we did like a 40-minute review of it. I'm still pissed off about that. Berserk is such a beautiful manga. It's such a beautiful story. And it completely gets superseded by Dimitri, which is, hey, you're lucky enough to be born this crest, and while you dealt with some hardships, the worst thing that happened to Dimitri is like, oh, he lost his family and he has friends. The worst thing that happened to Guts, everyone he ever cared about died, and his best friend and the person he looked up to the most in the world becomes one of the most evil things in the universe, and he's hunting him. Like, and for the longest time,
Next level stuff.
Yeah, and for the longest time, everything in the universe, everything in his world was trying to kill him. He couldn't even sleep. Like, it was literally just torture on Earth, and he fought through it all. And then the point where we find him in the story, things are a lot better for him. As we get to the story, like, you see the dark moments of it, and you see how he like struggled through it all. Anyways, if that's human that's human determination and preservation, and then all that gets ruined because they think Dimitri should win. Man, imagine just being born more talented than other people and just dealing with a slight amount of hardship. And that's the story.
That's it. That's all she.
Now, to be fair, I do think Dimitri had a lot of hardship. I think the Guts had, when you put it into perspective, had something monumentally more.
No offense, most characters in manga and anime lose their parents.
Yes, that's true. But most of them don't have, don't like go insane after seeing them get like sliced open, their head cut off in front of their faces. So.
Like, if you look at things like Naruto, for example, like, he lost his parents immediately, his entire village bullied him, he was demon child, right? Like, if you go through, like, the story of shonen manga, they're all bullied characters. Or, like, all tormented characters. So, that's why I don't think Dimitri is anything special.
Well, I think the way that they approach it is different. Like, he gets completely absorbed in his only reason for living is to, as he says at one point, is to just make up for the regret of everyone who died on that day. And he basically, his father was saying avenge us, and then his head off, and that's the last thing that happened on that day. So
okay, Guts' goal is to kill every single demon because they killed all his friends and took everything from him.
Don't worry, I'm not saying this is like, again, this is much Guts' scaling of the tragedy and the amount of stuff he has to overcome is obviously monumentally more. But in terms of like the regular protagonist, I think Dimitri has a regular Fire Emblem protagonist. Dimitri has more.
If you put a Fire Emblem protagonist, no offense, guys, I don't think losing your kingdom's the worst thing that can happen.
No. The kingdom stuff is that's typical fantasy stuff. Oh, the main character loses their kingdom, and one or both their parents is dead or missing or got it.
Chat, who do you think has the most tragic in terms of main characters, anyways, in Fire Emblem. Most tragic backstory.
Main
Ike's is pretty bad because he doesn't have a mom, and then he loses his dad, and then he finds out his dad had to kill his mom. Like, that's kind of fucked up. But then he was based off of Guts, so should be fucked up. So.
And to be fair, Ike did learn about that when he was mature enough to. Volk told him about that when he had already started leading an army and sort of gotten his bearings.
Yeah, you can also make the argument his sister was worse off. Wasn't like Mist mute or something afterwards? Just kind of fucked up afterwards.
No, she was the one entrusted with taking care of the medallion.
Right.
She was the only one who could safely hold on to it.
No, I was always hoping she would just go crazy and start killing everybody.
Fallen Mist.
Fallen Mist. It's time to die, Oni-chan. Okay, yeah, but who, chat? Who do you consider? If you say Corin, I'll smack your face.
Who?
Oh no, Corin, you left your real family to get this very awesome family who all they care about is you. How terrible!
Just you. Oh no, but you're cooped up. Oh, you can't go outside as much as you wanted to. Oh no, you've got maids and you've got this old guy who cares about you. I guess.
But he doesn't even have to like serve as a ward. I don't. In real life, if you get taken prisoner by the other kingdom, you serve as a ward. You actually have to like, do stuff. He doesn't have to do anything. It didn't feel like at all. He gets asked to do things once the war starts, sure, but up to that point, what was he doing?
Silly stuff. I want to say, I guess in a way, Seliph has sort of,
sure,
has a pretty tragic story.
Actually, I don't know what happens. Actually, I know his parents die, but what happens?
Seliph's parents?
Yeah, I know his parents die, but how is his upbringing?
Seliph's upbringing is, well, he's taken care of by Shannon, who's Ira's niece, and he's basically
how's that so bad?
Well, it's not so bad. It's just
I get taken care of by this hunk of a man. Damn it! with his beautiful 8-pack. Go ahead.
I think that no, I would probably say that. Well, in terms of although I think Leaf's backstory is actually more tragic in a sense because his parents were just one small decision led them to be just completely slaughtered along with all their countrymen, and it basically. It's sort of, I mean, I guess Leaf and Dimitri are kind of similar in that regard. They sort of...
Chat, I don't think it's so bad to kill your father. No offense. That's not a bad upbringing, or necessarily means a bad upbringing, right?
And he didn't know he killed his father until his father was dying, so...
Okay, well then that's even more so. You didn't even know.
And he lived a pretty normal life until that, too. He was training with Bison, and he had friends in the village, and he was a little bored and lonely, but... He was okay.
Arvis had a tragic story. He had to kill his friend to get his wife.
Sigurd was never really his friend.
I mean, I don't even think that was that bad.
No, Arvis becomes kind of a shell of a man, which is a little sad to see, but his overall way of getting there is not really like fraught with hardship for him.
Alm had to kill his own father. I read that. Soren's mute. I wouldn't argue Soren. Would you guys consider him as main character? Like, he was just side character.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider him a main character, no.
He was just there. He's a tactician. He's kind of mysterious. You wonder about him, but he didn't. And he drove the story forward, but he didn't. Like, if you removed him and put another tactician in, I don't really think things changed drastically.
Oh, it looks like a leader has either 46 or 47 speed, according to Legion.
Okay.
After some calcs, yeah.
We're talking about Fire Emblem, chat. Why are you bringing up the Lich King from World of Warcraft? I'm sure. Crap, what's his name again? Starts with A.
Arvis?
No, from the Lich King in World of Warcraft.
Oh. Arthas?
Arthas, yeah. I'm surprised you know that. What the fuck?
No, it's just because Andre said it.
Oh. I was like, what the fuck? Why do you know that?
It would have been. I could have just said, yeah. I'm actually quite proficient now. So.
I grew up playing World of Warcraft, so I actually played the campaign, and you saw his downfall.
That was pretty fun. I know a lot of people have had fun growing up with World of Warcraft. I had some friends who were into it.
Sorry, what?
Sorry, what? You had friends? Really?
You caught on.
I always know.
No, there was one time you did it. I was so...
Yeah, I know, there was one time I did.
I think the stream got it too, which is the funniest part.
But there was one time I didn't get it, but every time after that, I've been very aware of falling into that trap.
Yeah, I'm glad. I think Edelgard's story is more tragic, to be honest.
Edelgard's story is, among the most tragic.
Oh yeah, that's pretty tragic.
All her siblings are dead, and she has to bear the burden of them and her empire. And then she embraces the role, which is even worse. She just becomes a tool of the empire, essentially. The will of the empire.
Right, and she kind of knows it, but she can't really escape from it. And that's that burden is. I think she talks about that burden a lot, actually.
Yeah, and I think people don't understand that because people are like, "Well, she accepted it." Yeah, okay. Imagine I was a crack cocaine addict, and I've accepted I'm a crack cocaine addict. Therefore, it's okay.
Always back to cocaine today.
No, I'm just pointing out like how stupid that mentality is because that doesn't make sense.
Well, yeah, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, I would say probably, if I had to do a top 3, it would probably be like, maybe Ike, Dimitri, and Edelgard, or...
I feel like there's somebody from an older game that was worse off, but...
Well, let's see, you've got...
Wasn't the point of, who's the old writer again, starts with K? Kage. Wasn't the point of him to write up all the fucked up stories so nobody can have fun and everyone feels sad instead?
He did, but a lot of the main characters were fairly, sort of regular in that sense. I guess, I mean, Martha's kind of the standard thing. His parents, or at least his father has died, and he lost
maybe
his
Lynn?
and so on.
I don't know. She lost her family, she's spirited away, she's by herself, she's lonely. She picks up the first guy she meets on the road, and then she's stuck in a giant story as a result.
Yep. She finds out her uncle is trying to kill her, and she has to gather new people and kill him instead. But she ultimately finds she quickly finds a happier resolution.
Yeah, same with Edelgard. Once she takes over the world, she's really happy.
Well, it takes her 6 years after 3 houses to do so.
I would say that's pretty good, man. Taking over the world in 6 years? I'd take that.
I think for Lynn, it only takes from the time that that Blazing Blade starts to when she gets her homeland back. I think that's like at most a month or a few months, something.
Man, a month ago I was stuck in a village, and now I have my own kingdom.
Yeah. Although in the end, she decides to go back to the plains. So.
Yeah. I mean, she's a girl that grew up in the plains, so.
At least she has
Lucina's? I don't know about that.
Lucina's is...
Didn't she grow up okay? Like, yeah, sure, she didn't know her dad and all, but that's...
She grew up... The first part of her childhood was pretty good, and then it just completely fell apart. And then, as sort of a teenager, she kind of led a bunch of people in fighting. And then she came to Awakening World, and things were pretty okay for her after that, so...
It's Erica, actually. She can't be the one
actually, Erica. Erica and Ephraim have it pretty easy compared to most other lords.
Nino? I don't know if I would argue she's a main character. Yeah. I like her, but I wouldn't even argue that.
A story-relevant character, but not a main character.
If you count a Nino, yeah, she would absolutely be among the top ones. Imagine this outer-worldly thing kills your parents and then adopts you and then just abuses the shit out of you, and you have to be happy through all of it.
Yeah, and you think that she's your mother.
You think she's your mother, and you think this is all normal, and you try to put a smile, and your goodness shines through. And you're around a bunch of these assassins, and you're like, this is my family.
and you believe in those people. You've got Linus and Lloyd who are nice to you until you turn against them, and then neither of them forgive you. And Jafar is the only guy who will like stand up for you at all.
And then by the end of the story, you still can't read. Like, man, that sucks.
And then you eventually die before the start of the next game.
Yeah. And then you have your stupid kids who have to continue your legacy, even though it wasn't much of a legacy.
Sad stuff. One of your kids has to live with being one of the worst units in Fae.
Yeah, and they're both ugly.
Yeah, a shame.
Then we're gonna finish Forging Bonds. What do you guys think I did in the background? I finished Forging Bonds. I didn't want to make you guys watch Forging Bonds. I think you would appreciate Alir's fat thighs more.
The Forging Bonds main story and Gullveig's story are actually pretty relevant this time around. But I know because I actually watched the stream VOD, I know that people mentioned that. So
I haven't read the Forging Bonds, and I don't even know why. Again, I don't like the argument that you got to read the Forging Bonds to appreciate the main story.
Yeah, no, it's not a good argument, but it's at the very least I like seeing it.
Yeah.
Just for my own interest.
Right, it's like buying dinner, and then you're like, actually, the steak comes separately. You're like, what?
What? I got a salad, but steak with my dinner. What's going on?
Yeah, like that. I don't understand when people make these arguments. It's like you're getting something incomplete, and you have to get something else before you can enjoy it. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's also kind of like that for a story that has DLC, and you can't understand the full story until you play a DLC. That's a really shitty one as well.
Right. The point of a writer is...
the DLC is like adding new stuff, but not if you can't understand it fully until the DLC or extra content. So.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, I think Fire Emblem Three Houses did one of the best DLCs ever. Because their DLC
was pretty good, I would say.
Was just adding a route. It wasn't like expanding some bullshit, stretching content out. It was just like, hey, we'll give you something entirely different.
Yeah, no, I think it was reasonable. Absolutely.
Because you realize how meaningless most DLC is. Like, oh, hey, these are like the after adventures after you beat the game, and you're like, what? None of this matters. Like, oh, yeah. you want to tell me in this DLC I'm actually gonna die and everything I accomplish in the main story doesn't matter? Like, they're never gonna do that. They're mostly pointless. DLC is mostly pointless as a result. That's why I really liked what they did for Three Houses. Just get you another perspective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a short route that also gives you a little insight into a slightly different take on some of the characters and sort of a new idea of things. Yeah, it was retrospectively, I appreciate Cindered Shadows more.
That's why Engage sucks. Thank you for agreeing.
I will say, yes, Engage's DLC, as much as I prefer it more than most people do, but its DLC is...
Isn't it just playing some maps? There's like no really story element to it, is it?
It takes place in like an entirely separate world and timeline.
Oh, what the fuck?
And none of the only character who's actually the same is just Alir. Everyone else
so
is totally
it literally doesn't matter.
World. Yeah, it's like a mirror world, yeah.
Oh my god, okay.
They connect in some ways, like there are some familiar faces, but they act way differently, and it's complicated, but no.
Yes.
The one thing it delivered on was being much more interesting than Engage's main story.
What?
Unfortunately...
What? You realize how fucking depressing this is?
Yeah, I know.
No one has sold me on Engage through all this time since Engage has, everyone just says it's good gameplay. I'm sorry. How does that attract somebody?
It's Fire Emblem for some people who just really love the core Fire Emblem gameplay and don't mind the story being kind of a filler. It works, but
you can't have story big filler. That's like the rule.
Yes, I mean ideally not, but Fire Emblem, especially with things like Fates, has its way of weaving story into something that's just either incomprehensible or boring or both.
It feels like, a good story is the backbone of all these games. That's what ties everything together. That's their fundamental stuff, right? The gameplay could be really fun.
I think some people would argue that, but I think a lot of people come back to Fire Emblem mainly for, I think, the characters.
Is it not a story-driven game? We're not just playing through maps.
Well, yeah, but I think the main appeal goes more in the characters, in the narrative perspective, rather than the story itself.
So good gameplay is not a good reason to play a game. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying for story-driven games, because for Fire Emblem, they really need to give you a reason to fight, because they market themselves as a reason.
I still think having a good story makes it much, much more appealing to play a Fire Emblem. I mean, that is part of the appeal. I just don't know that it's always the appeal for each player who's wanting.
Yeah, don't generalize this. For example, rhythm games have no story to speak of, and you're going to enjoy it.
That is true. Yep. So there's different types of genres depending on what you want in a game.
Because
but ideally, you get something like, I think, Path of Radiance, balanced gameplay, story, characters, all really well.
So prior to Three Houses, Path of Radiance is my favorite.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
Most people wouldn't even understand that because they didn't even own a GameCube.
So, and I didn't, but I still know the experience. I have played it. So.
But chat, what's the best tactical game you've ever played?
Tactical game.
You can count any of the Fire Emblem games would count, obviously. If you say Faye, though, I would slap your face, but, if you really wanted to.
I actually play Faye for the tactical gameplay.
It's okay, emulators exist, yeah. So does Jail, by the way, but we'll work for that later.
I really enjoyed Mario Rabbids. I don't know.
I've heard that's surprisingly pretty good.
Yeah, people don't know that. Mario Rabbids is actually very...
I really enjoyed that.
Ubisoft did a great job. Yeah.
I played a lot of Rabbids back when I was a kid.
Yeah, FE Fate's Conquest, that shit was fun, bro. Come on.
I mean, the gameplay in Conquest is uniquely...
I'm gonna be really sad if nobody says Advance Wars. Come on.
I haven't played much in Advance Wars. I do need to play more of it someday.
Advance Wars was so fresh when I first played it. It was just like, what the hell? It looks so good too. And it was more realistic combat than in Fire Emblem. And Fire Emblem was like, oh, we got one hero and they're gonna kill everybody. You're like, oh yeah, okay.
But in Advance Wars, you've got all the different kinds.
You're just commanders, so like it makes more sense.
Yeah.
You have to capture resources, which, by the way, Fire Emblem. Imagine if you had to like worry about the upkeep of your troops. Like, hey, no one has eaten in 5 days, and you want us to fight?
Okay, to be fair, in Echoes they have a fatigue system. Okay, let's give them credit for that.
Okay, but that's they remove that stuff for gameplay reasons, but it's kind of dumb because it's like an actual tactics game would make you worry about these things as well.
Oh, in Thracia they have a fatigue system as well. It's actually, it can make it really annoying. That's if a unit attacks a lot or does a lot of actions, their fatigue will build up, and then when it builds up to max, you can't deploy them in the next chapter.
Aldris says, I live in a country where it doesn't matter if you emulate games. So are you in Russia right now? Wait, where are you? For me, the best tactile game, I'm going to be so biased. I love Final Fantasy Tactics. War of the Lions is excellent. I think a lot of people would say that's one of the best tactics games of all time. And in Final Fantasy Tactics Advance on the GBA, I grew up playing that. It was just so special and magical. And then my favorite tactics game of recent years, outside of Three Houses, is Triangle Strategy. That was really good. I really want to finish that, but it's a freaking long game.
I heard really good things about that game.
Yeah, I really, that's another game I really need to play. I've been wanting to play it for a while too.
Yeah. Which, by the way, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, my bad. I was just gonna say, I like Three Houses too. That's probably number 2 for me.
Yeah.
Three Houses is pretty high up there for me. Yeah.
So what I was saying was, for me, if you notice a pattern, story matters. If you only play Fire Emblem games, I think you end up with the idea that story doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But you actually play the entire genre, you're gonna realize that doesn't swing by.
Yeah, no, it's far different when you get into the bigger perspective.
Yeah. If you
talk
to
if
people,
you're used to playing like Fates.
Oh yeah.
Age and Fae and
I think you can only enjoy Fates if you view it from the perspective that Corrin has He's bipolar.
Severe, bipolar, and schizophrenia, and many other things.
Yeah. Have you heard of Mercenary Saga 2 on 3DS? I have Mercenary Saga on the Switch. I have the collection.
Heard of it. I don't know anything about it, but
it's also a really good game, but it's not as good as the Fire Emblem games. So if that's what you guys were looking for, no, it's not that good. It is fun though. Revelation was dog shit.
But I like its maps, and Conquest anyway. Revelations was dog shit. Yeah, I mean, I hate on Rev a little less than the average person. Like Rev is, not great.
What's so bad about Revelation? I thought you could get together with Azura.
Well, you can in every room, Sean.
But I thought Revelation was more emphasized on that.
Yes, Azura does get kind of the focus, and she lives and all that. But it's. I don't know. Rev is just weird. The gameplay is weird. The story's bad. But at least you get a bunch of characters to work with, I guess.
Well, I think they identified what it was about. Because they actually didn't even care about gameplay at that point. They're like, this is a waifu collecting game.
Yeah, well, when Rev came out, they just decided gimmick. Every map has a gimmick. They have moving platforms. They have an elevator, for Christ's sake. They have the warping units. They have borders that you burn down. Like, it's just all these gimmicks. Get kind of tiresome.
You know how sad that is?
I guess Azura is one pretty tragic main character.
Is Azura really tragic?
The
only thing I got from her was that her upbringing is not the best because she's also raised by somebody. Wait, why did everyone treat Azura badly but treat you well? I don't understand that.
Well, Corrin was kind of sheltered and basically coddled by their siblings.
But why? Isn't Azura just as valuable?
But why?
Azura was brought over to Nor as a she was a kid from a whole different
concubine.
Kingdom. Yeah, from a concubine and a different kingdom. And Corrin at that point was still in Hoshido.
I don't understand this. Why would you prefer the guy from the enemy kingdom over somebody who actually has a blood relation to you? I don't understand that.
Yeah, there's Garen takes Corrin, and then Hoshido's like, grr, we're the big mad, but we can't take Corrin, so we'll settle for someone important. And they find Azura is not well guarded, and then they yoink her. So,
concubine wars were involved. Okay.
That is true, though, yes. But Azura's situation, I can see it being pretty tragic. I mean, basically, without going too spoilery, he's sort of in a concubine war. He's with her mother, with an unfamiliar father, sort of in a kingdom where she doesn't have any friends. And then her mother sacrifices her life to tell her the truth, but Azura can't tell anyone the truth, and so she just has to live with being an orphan. But she has family in Hoshido, nice to her, so.
I'm not sure. I think you missed the big part where Corrin transformed into a giant dragon, and then we places the hand on giant ass hand on Azura, and Azura's just like, do it.
Do it yourself. You can kill me if you want, but please do it yourself.
Oh god, I remember that scene.
That was so cringy. I was like, what? We don't know enough about you yet to just accept that you're suicidal.
She falls onto the floor once, and then she has these inexplicable giant marks on her face, like she's just been thrown into a fire or something.
Oh yeah, no, well that's the meme, isn't it? What happened to little Timmy? He fell.
yeah. So there's that.
Okay. Both kidnapped in reverse. Do you know what a reverse kidnap is? I think you're using the wrong word.
Okay.
Alright, I think that's good enough. Oh,
that's
man.
What I was trying to say.
That's alright.
Garen is not her dad, yeah.
Wait. What? I thought. What? Then what?
What?
I thought.
Arte is her mother. Garen is her stepfather. Or
wait.
was.
So Arte got NTR'd? Is that where we're going with this? I didn't know that.
No, Arte's husband was murdered, and so she went from Avala to.
Isn't that the best way to NTR someone? You just murder the guy.
Well, I guess in a way. Okay, the evil guy who killed her husband, I guess is connected to Garen in a way. So.
Man, I really like this girl, but she's married to this guy, so I guess I just gotta kill the guy.
Gotta kill him.
It's just logical, you know? Oh boy, I didn't know that, jeez.
Oh, that's funny, yeah, Nankos was right on screen as we were talking about.
Wait, he got killed by God?
Basically, yeah, Azur's dad was killed by Vala God, Sealing Dragon, yeah.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, he went insane and killed his friend.
You're my friend? No, you die.
Genghis Khan was the biggest NTR ever with that reasoning. I mean,
that's a quite a leap.
I love his history. He started off as
all Genghis's.
He was a slave. I think people forget that. He's the biggest.
Oh yeah.
Start from the bottom. Now we hear example.
It feels weird to say riches, but I guess technically that's the trope.
Everyone wants to talk about their great journey to like riches. Yeah, how about you get on Genghis Khan's level? You literally conquer half of the world. You know, in a universe. By the way, they were one of the most well-run empires ever, which is so weird to say. Because they had like so many different ethnicities, so many different cultures under them, and their main army wasn't even predominantly Mongols. It was just like a mixed army from people all over the kingdom. Right? They had Chinese under their wing, they had Koreans under their wings, they had the Middle Eastern countries under their wings, which at that time was so many different cultures. They were so splintered. They had Europeans fighting for them as well. Like, it was insane. The army that you would fight from a Mongolian army at that time was literally, it felt like you were fighting the rest of the earth.
More diverse than any diversity initiative.
Yeah, like life. If that empire had survived to modern times, life wouldn't be so bad. Because they would have just eventually conquered the entire world, and where they did rule, they ruled fairly. Like, you could practice whatever religion you want. They would build roads everywhere, so transportation is easy. They wouldn't, like, as long as you paid your taxes, they'd just leave you alone. It's like a good government.
The ideal of government: pay taxes and protect people, and that's about it.
Yeah. Man, I wish you could like see alternate universes, because that one would be an interesting one to see.
Like Doctor Strange. That's an underrated like superpower. The ability to not see into the future, but like see into what could happen and the theoreticals. Yeah. That'd be really interesting.
Yeah. Of course, no one should misconstrue what I said. I am not arguing for. They also killed among the most people in the entire in the human history, so that's not what I'm arguing for.
Yes, we're not. I don't think genocide is the ideal argument here,
but it's so effective. Like, oh, you're not gonna surrender? Okay, so once we break in, we're gonna kill everybody. Most cities will be like, well, okay, we're surrendering then.
It is, with those means, you gotta have some degree of effectiveness, I feel.
Because honestly, it's just like, it's the most practical thing. You can't just literally, you can't be like, oh, hey, after we break in, we're gonna just let everyone go. You make an example of them, so the next battle is much easier because everyone knows you're serious about it. But man, you know, it's so stupid because people will be like, well, that's terrible. Why are you arguing for it? But that's the only way to get it done. This is the most practical thing, and they realize that.
Murder, and then a little more murder.
Hunger or poison was another option back in the day. Yeah, they could also just
that's
take
true.
away all
Just
your food sources.
People or poison the well. Yeah.
What didn't they say that? Like they had so many soldiers they would literally drink your rivers dry.
That's
was something they said.
Quite something to think about. I wonder how literal that was. Could be, depending on how big
I mean, their
the
armies
army
were
is.
so big. Imagine like 100,000 men just approaching. You will literally feel the earth rumble as they walked, as they marched.
The amount of terror that someone would feel being underprepared for that.
Or starvation or cannibalism. But yeah, remember what I talked about earlier in the stream? Fate, destiny, how the smallest things can change the world. Yeah, you know, if he just stayed a slave, the entire world would be so different without him. That's crazy to think about, right? Like, there's individuals in this universe, sorry, in human history, who just absolutely changed everything. And if they just died, things would be entirely different. When they didn't exist.
Ooh.
And there may be more of them than we think, too. Probably some people whose names aren't that commonplace.
Yeah. That also gets you to think, like, what about the people who passed away? Like, they could imagine, like, the kid that imagine, like, if Dex wasn't born and the other kid was born, he would grow up and solve cancer, and but because Dex, like, was the first sperm cell to reach the egg, cancer exists.
Well, you're
how do you feel about that,
saying,
Dex? You've stopped humanity from solving cancer.
Well, I take that as a compliment, because you're still saying that my parents would have had a very good chance of producing the kid who would evolved cancer. So
yeah,
I consider that as someone who would have been my theoretical sibling, who would have been like the greatest person in the world. So,
well, honestly, you know, it's kind of funny because I feel like cancer is so overstated. It kills a lot of people, obviously. In first world countries, is one of the few things that are like people would be scared of, right? But people in the past,
disease actually really a big thing, a bigger thing in certain countries.
Yeah. There's like a lot of things that are bigger things, like the Spanish flu, for example. The person who solved that, does anyone even know his name? Like you wouldn't remember these things, even though they saved much more people than what cancer would kill.
And yet, I remember the polio guy, Jonas Salk.
Yeah, polio's pretty bad.
Yeah, polio's bad, yeah, but not Spanish flu bad.
Yeah, imagine like within the span of like 10 years, like 20% of the Earth's gone. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's not much can compare to that. You have to it's like a unique breed of insane fatality.
I wonder if we're all right, we're almost done, chat. I'm about to call it quits, but I want to end it with this topic. Will we experience that in our lifetime? Like, COVID gave me some feelings that I might possibly see the end of the world. It gave me some of those feelings. Obviously, that didn't happen. Thank goodness. But it's almost guaranteed in your lifetime you're going to see a global pandemic. I mean, I've seen two. I've seen SARS as well, but that wasn't as bad. And depending on where you are in the world, you could be like, I've seen Ebola as well, right? Like, that's a thing as well.
Yeah.
But, like, these are not the super killer mutations of viruses.
I want to say that COVID is the biggest thing like this that most people in our lifetime will experience. But then again,
I hope so.
If I say that, it feels like I'm jinxing it.
Yeah. So I can blame you when, like, 5 years from now the zombie apocalypse happens. It's like, oh well, Dex jinxed it.
Yeah. Oh well, yeah. That one time and August 30th on stream. Oh, I remember the day.
Yeah.
At
that was when humanity was doomed.
That was when one random guy sitting in his bedroom single-handedly doomed humanity.
By the way, I think realistically humans would handle zombies really well. Just so you guys know. I really do, because
it depends on things.
Right, but in most universes, the reason zombies do so well is because they don't have the concept of zombies in those universes, so they don't know what to do. Right, but because in popular media, it's very well explained and detailed, and you've had a lot of writers and smart people involved in it. Like, you have already gone through a lot of possible scenarios, and therefore possible counteractions. I don't know. I don't really think zombie apocalypse would be the end of the world. I think a lot of people
fans would actually be in an advantageous spot for once.
Well, they would think they are.
Well, yeah, they
Remember, chat, you have to be subscribed to me, otherwise you're up for cannibalism draws, alright? So, better subscribe today.
That's right, yeah. Feel free, and you can also gift subs to other people if you don't want them to follow that.
Yes. Yes. Remember, save as many people as you can by subscribing.
Stuff. And get yourself a sub to protect yourself.
Get yourself a sub to protect yourself, yeah.
Spectre Escape says, time to unsub.
Ryan, I would never eat you. I want you to know that. Alright, chat, let's rate someone call a night. It's been fun. We streamed for 4 hours and 21 minutes. That's nice.
Actually,
nice.
Reasonable enough.
Actually, reminds me.
What does that remind you?
Where is my phone? Ow.
How's the job hunting going?
It's looking like I'm gonna get one this week.
Oh, really?
Oh, is this your old company or is it a new one?
It's old. They have some issues right now that I did not foresee. Well, I kind of figured they were gonna be in a shit place, but not like this shit.
Something else, huh?
Okay, well, I hope you can work there long enough where you can get unemployment if they close down.
Oh.
That's the key to success, chat.
Yo.
Working long enough to get under unemployment.
I cannot find my phone. What do I do?
Good night, Ian.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, Andre. Good night, Glitched. Good night, Aldrez. Remember, keep harassing Dex. You've been doing great.
I haven't even noticed. It is this stream.
Good night, Ryan. Good night, Richron. Good night, Yu-Gi-Oh.
Good chat.
Good night, Casey. Good night, Sugma. Casey! You think Canada's gonna win it all in the FIBA World Cup? They've been dominating. I think they beat everybody by like 25 plus points, dude. It's insane. Good night, Lightning. Good night, Yogurt. I kind of hope they do, TBH, yeah. I want them to beat America.
That's funny.
Alright, I want to raid Jay Borgs. I think we haven't raided him in a long time. I want to try to favor. See it for Dynamite? See it for Dynamite, Aldrez. If I may, call me Kuri Kurosaki instead. Okay, Ian Kuri Kurosaki instead. I will call you that going forward. Why'd you have to make things so much complicated? Oh, sorry, I forgot XT. Ian Kurosaki Kuri Kurosaki instead .xt.
Much simpler.
Much simpler. Alright, night peeps. Raid time. I need to go to bed. Hopefully I can wake up early enough to edit a video.
Yeah, that'd be good. I know, I remember the first time I raided you, I think I fucked up the raid. I think I canceled it like right when I did it. I was
What?
like, oh, okay.
You canceled it right? You did what?
I don't even know how I did that, honestly. Got it down now. Because before, like when I streamed, I just streamed and I would just